Well, good eve. Oh, that worked. Hello. Good evening, everybody. I'll just go ahead and go like this. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, I didn't think so. I can't hear it either. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I can't hear it very well either. Any better? Any better? Ah, there we go. I hear it now. Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. I am Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and I'm calling this special meeting of the City Council to order, and all of the City Council members are present. Councilmember Boswell, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very well said.
Thank you. So today is a study session, and what that means is we're having a very awkwardly formal conversation. So this is a time where we're going to share the staff report, of course, and ask questions, and then we'll have public comment where everyone gets to share their 2 cents. Anyone who has 1 minute gets to go first. Anyone with 2 minutes gets to go second. Anyone with 3 minutes gets to go last. That's just how that goes. So what we'll do is after the staff report is done, we will cut off public comment. So if you have a friend or other people that are planning to be here and to speak, please text them now. Within about 45 minutes-ish, we should be ready and we'll be doing public comment. So I just want to make sure that you get your public comment chance in. I want everyone to be able to have their chance to share their thoughts. The good news is, again, this is a study session, so you still get to share thoughts even after today. This is just kind of guiding us, sharing information with us, getting more data, and kind of taking the next steps. So today, if you have a public comment slip, there's slips outside, there's blank slips here, and you can turn those into the city clerk when you're ready. So at this time, we will move on to the staff to be able to provide the presentation. But before that, I also just want to make sure you know, because this is a study session for this topic only, we do not have general public comment about anything where we normally do during city council meetings. So this is just specifically to this study session around the rental registry. Just want to make sure I give you all the lay of the land. All right, so with that, I will pass it over to Director Tway. There we go.
Thank you so much, Mayor Stewart. Good evening, everyone. My name is Timmy Tway. I'm the Director of Community Development, and with me here I have David Amini, the Senior Planner in our Housing Division in the Community Development Department, and we're happy to present to you this evening the study session on the rental registry. So a reminder for everyone, this is a work plan item in our current budget. It relates to the major city goal of housing and neighborhood livability, strategy 3 about safe, healthy, and affordable housing. And specifically, it's the work plan item that is to conduct a study session with the council focused on the rental housing registry. And this is a follow-up to the study session that we had in October, that it was a more broad study session about renter protections, both covering state laws and then potential things that local jurisdictions could do to build on those state laws. So if anyone's interested in that information, I welcome them to look at this staff report. There's a link back to that document that has a lot more background information about housing in the community. The recommendation today is to receive this presentation and conduct the study session on a potential rental housing registry. And again, the purpose of the study session is to summarize feedback from the community about a potential rental registry, provide the council and the community with an opportunity to hear about the parameters of a potential registry, discuss the resources needed to establish and maintain a registry, review information from other jurisdictions, present options for what a registry may look like, and provide an opportunity for discussion on this topic. Again, this is a study session only, so there's nothing here to approve, and it is the beginning of this conversation. I'd like to thank David. He's done a ton of work on outreach to community members. So, and thank you to all of the community members that are here and that have given their time to speak with David and myself and invited us to meetings to come talk to them about what this might look like so that we could hear from them about their concerns and thoughts and ideas. So there really was, there was a lot of work that went into this evening. So with that, I will hand it over to David, who will walk you through the presentation.
And before you hand it over to David, I just want to make sure I let everyone know, if you had a chance to look at the public meeting section of our website, there's a city council packet that we have on here, and there was agenda correspondence that was added on this afternoon to answer some additional questions. So if you didn't get a chance to download that, you might want to be downloading that now and checking it out. Okay, thank you. Thank you, David.
So first, we'll dive into the public engagement process that we conduct in the lead up to tonight's study session. In anticipation of the study session, staff conducted targeted outreach to a variety of stakeholders who are really generous in giving their time to discuss the potential rent registry, and that includes all the entities listed here. The community groups gave really wide-ranging feedback, while most of the groups agreed for the general need for more comprehensive data regarding our rental housing stock, as well as the challenges of maintaining affordability and safety in our rental housing. There were very varying opinions regarding the necessity and a scope of a rental registry as a tool to address this need. Community groups representing tenants supported the creation of a comprehensive software-based rental registry with mandatory participation required for all rental properties. Under this approach, there would be a yearly updated rental registry. There would be a fee to cover operation and maintenance. And the long-term objective of this rental registry would be to identify the rental use in the city, collect information regarding ownership, and collect accurate rental costs, as well as data on evictions, unit turnover, and safe housing issues. And there was a desire for a public-facing component of the registry for tenants to access and verify the information collected. So groups representing property managers, realtors, and our business community questioned the need for and the efficacy of a software-based rental registry. Some community members expressed a strong desire to utilize the city's existing business license database, as well as some of the data from our local property management firms to identify and conduct enforcement against unlicensed properties. There are various concerns about a rental registry that were identified by the community concerning primarily the privacy and security of the information that's collected, especially if there's a public-facing component of the registry. There were concerns regarding the accuracy of information that would be collected from property owners, potential delays in collecting information due to barriers in communication between property owners, tenants, and managers. There was concern regarding the potential for fees, the annual fees associated with a rental registry to be passed on to tenants, which could have an unintended effect of increasing housing costs. Also, we heard that there might be potential for landlords to withdraw their properties from the market if they're required to register and provide the data to the city, which could have an unintended effect of decreasing the city's rental housing stock and availability. Also, concerns that there would be non-compliance from property owners, leading to challenges reaching, that 90 to 100% compliance with the registry. And then just a general concern or wonder about what the tangible benefits there are to either landlords or tenants realized through a rental registry. And then finally, there was concern over the possibility of a rental registry leading to further regulations imposed upon rental properties, such as rent stabilization or further tenant protections. So in discussion with other cities that have implemented a rental registry, staff received many recommendations regarding the process to ensure success of this tool, should council decide to move forward. These included the following. The main thing we heard is that robust levels of engagement with the community are really necessary, giving the community multiple opportunities to provide feedback and understand the potential impacts and requirements of a rent registry. Additionally, staff capacity building and training ahead of time of implementing a potential registry is critical. The additional staffing resources that are required to implement a rental registry are pretty significant, and we're going to discuss that further on in tonight's presentation. Additionally, we got the recommendation to conduct a really long rollout process of up to a year or more to give the community ample time to voluntarily provide information before higher levels of enforcement occur. And then there was a recommendation to conduct community workshops, have office hours with city staff to assist property owners with the sign-up process. And then finally, a big piece of advice that we received was to keep the rental registry rollout sequenced separately from any other, different rental protection strategies or other pieces of policy in order to keep the community focused and also preserve the staffing resources. So now we'll move on to discussing the basic elements of a rent registry. First, we'll dive into some really key statistics regarding the city's rental housing stock. One of the key findings of our last study session in October was that the city can gather basic data on households in our rental housing stock with the existing data sets that we have, but those are really limited when it comes to data regarding our rental housing. And so a rental registry was identified as a potential solution to provide the city with this data. So 59% of households in the city are renters, according to the US Census data. Based on this information, staff estimates that there are anywhere between 12 to 14,000 estimated rental units in the city. A community group comprised of the majority of the property management companies that we have counted that there are about 8,208 professionally managed units. And according to data that we have, real-time data from Zillow, right now the city's average rent is $3,700 per month. You'll note that this number is a little bit different from the number that we gave in the staff report, as it's a real-time number based on current market conditions, and it's probably increased over the last month just due to more new rental housing listings hitting the market. And another statistic from the last study session was that over 55% of city renter households are cost burdened, and that means that they pay more than 30% of their income towards rent. So with that in mind, we'll just jump into the basic mechanics of what is a rental registry. Rental registries are databases that are maintained by localities that contain information about rental properties and ownership. Depending on the design of a registry, property owners may be required to provide information like their name, contact information, details about their property and units, such as the number of units, the types of units that they lease, up-to-date rent information or basic occupancy statistics, turnover information, if there's any eviction history, and any other information that a municipality may require. The majority of the rental registries that we looked into as part of this report were implemented with specialized software from a third-party vendor. And so the finer points and the different aspects of a rental registry and the options that we have for implementation are going to be discussed further in the presentation. The majority of municipalities that we surveyed do utilize rental registry data to ensure compliance with their local renter protection regulations. Some jurisdictions have rent stabilization components, some have further local tenant protections, and then some jurisdictions also utilize information collected as part of the rental registry process to collect housing safety data. So when weighing whether to establish a rental registry, it's really critical to consider the different goals that the City Council may have for our rental housing stock. These could be issues such as stabilizing rent, improving substandard housing, establishing local eviction protections. The data collected in a rental registry can really be tailored towards these issues. And we'd like to mention that issues such as rent stabilization, local eviction protections often require additional ordinances and regulations. So staff's research found that over 35 jurisdictions in California have implemented rental registries. The information collected by each city varies depending on their complexity, what their local rules and regulations are. Typically, the information at kind of a baseline includes owner information, tenant information, such as the frequency of the property turnover, any eviction histories, property characteristics like the age, units, size, and number of bedrooms, the amount of rent, potentially lease language or information about lease terms, such as fees, pet fees, utilities, parking, any extraneous fees on top of the rent. And then sometimes code enforcement city data, such as code enforcement and permitting history of the property is also included in the rental registry. So most cities that we surveyed don't publish the information collected in a rental registry to the public. There were a few jurisdictions that we saw that provided a searchable database of units. Some example cities are Fresno, Berkeley, and LA County provide a searchable database of units where members of the public can view super basic information such as the unit addresses, the number of occupants, the rent amount, and the most recent date of turnover. The personal information of landlords and tenants was not made public in any of these publicly facing databases. And so just for an example, here's how Berkeley's rental registry database appears to the public. You can see that when you enter in an address, you can see the unit numbers, their corresponding number of bedrooms, and the amount of rent. And most cities that staff surveyed implemented rental registries through adoption of a local ordinance, and that provides a regulatory framework in their municipal code outlining the requirements to register, the fee structure, the annual fee that may be collected, as well as the penalty structure for noncompliance with the requirements of the ordinance. And many communities, as I mentioned, establish an annual fee for registration for each rental unit that is required to be registered. These fees typically help support the administration of the registry. Typically, it covers the entirety of software costs and the majority of staffing costs through that annual fee revenue, particularly after the program is well established and is capturing most of the city's rental housing stock. We saw a range of anywhere between $25 to $250 annually per registered unit. And so based on our research, the implementation of a mandatory rental registry can take at least 3 years to achieve the goal of having 100% of the rental properties in the city registered. The drafting and adoption of an ordinance would take about 6 months to a year. After adoption of the ordinance, there would be an outreach and rollout period, which would be designed to register the majority of properties through a lot of repeated outreach, communication, and potentially offering a reduction or waiving of the fee during this time. During this time period, there's a significant amount of staff resources required in order to reach out to the different property owners, make sure they're registered, also respond to the amount of inquiries that would come in from landlords, tenants, and just the community at large. Most cities that we surveyed spent about 1 to 2 years in this phase before the majority of properties were actually registered. Some cities did choose to waive the registry fee in its entirety during this time, and so that would delay the realization of a revenue neutral program. After this initial outreach period, typically we enter what we call the enforcement period, and so this is where staff kind of looks to conduct enforcement and identify unregistered properties and bring them into compliance with the requirement to register. There's a high level of staff resources needed during this time, from our housing division, code enforcement, and city attorney to go through and identify the properties and move through that process to get them to register. Most of the cities that we surveyed reached an 80 to 90% compliance rate after that initial 1 to 2 year outreach and rollout period. And then they had to enter the enforcement phase to close that gap, which can kind of last anywhere from 1 to 2 years on average and is typically just ongoing to get to that 100% compliance level. So once the program is established, cities that have implemented rental registries typically use out-of-the-box software solutions from, there's a couple providers that we've seen, 3DI, HDL, Telemi, Decard, and there's some other providers in there. These companies make out-of-the-box rental registry software programs, and so they kind of provide the following list of efforts that you see here. They'll conduct identification of the properties that need to be registered through analysis of city data sets, tax assessor data, and online data that you might see on Zillow or Craigslist. They'll also provide a website and portal for property owners to put in their information, pay the fees that would be associated with the registration. They also have the ability to send out mass communications through, mailers, email, phone, to try to reach the majority of the community to inform them of the requirement to register. And some providers also provide a dedicated customer service line. So they'll have a chat online or a dedicated call center that you can reach out to if you have any questions or move through that process. And then one of the critical pieces is that the software can automatically generate reports that cover all the various data points that are collected. They can show in real time trends regarding the average rent, ownership information regarding tenant turnover, and really any other customizable data insights that are sought out by the council and staff. And then also the software provides a map-based interface that can show all the rental properties in the city and then associated data to facilitate data analysis. And there was kind of a range that we saw of anywhere between $10,000 to $50,000 per year for the different software solutions, inclusive of the startup costs and yearly subscription fees. Most cities that staff surveyed covered the cost of the software entirely through the fee revenue from the rental registry, particularly after that initial rollout period. So cities typically collect information on an annual basis to capture changes in rent and tenant turnover. Typically, there's a requirement to register by July 1st, January 1st of each year. In order to collect information, the jurisdictions must identify the properties that need to be registered. We talked about how the software company typically analyzes city data and other data to find these properties. And then, as we mentioned, there's an enforcement piece where cities typically conduct enforcement against non-compliant properties who fail to register. That's usually begins after the rollout period that we mentioned. And typically what we saw is that this is done through the administrative citation process in the municipal code. And if a mandatory rental registry is implemented through an ordinance, there may be measures in there that constitute additional fees regarding not failure to register a property. And then upon receiving actual information showing that there's a possible violation, then there's a significant effort on behalf of the city's code enforcement division, housing division, and city attorney to actually verify that the violation exists, move through that process, and actually get the property to compliance. Now I'll move on and discuss a few different example cities that staff surveyed where they've actually implemented rental registries over the past few years. So the city of Culver City in the Los Angeles area established a rental registry program in 2020. They also established this in tandem with permanent rent control and tenant protection rent stabilization regulations. Their rent registry is managed by 2 full-time staff members from their Housing and Human Services Department. The rent registry, rent control, and tenant protection programs altogether incur approximately $1.3 million in staffing and software costs annually. And they've set a annual registration fee of $167 per unit, which fully funds both the staffing and software costs of the program. We also have Santa Ana, which similarly established a rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinance in November 2024, which included a rental registry program to monitor compliance with these regulations. This program currently employs 3 full-time staff members from their housing team, 2 full-time staff members from their code enforcement division, and then 2 full-time staff members from their city attorney's office. And their annual budget is approximately $1.6 million, inclusive of staffing and software costs. And they set a $100 per unit annual fee, which again fully funds the costs of the program. Now I'll move on to some smaller city examples. Monterey established a rental inventory program in 2023, and the intent was to provide more robust data to the city regarding their rental housing stock. Their program did not include any rent stabilization or local eviction protection measures. It was just the rental registry. Their program is overseen by 3 full-time staff members from their 4-person housing team. Each of them dedicates partial time to conduct oversight of the program. Their rent registry program has incurred approximately $236,000 in annual costs for staffing and software. And their staff informed me that after 2 years of the program's adoption, approximately 82% of their properties are registered and compliant with the registry requirement. And the revenue from their annual registration fee, which is only $50, currently covers over 90% of their staffing and software costs. The City of Davis established their rental resources program in 2017, and that consists of a mandatory rental registry requirement for all single-family and multifamily rental units. They also have a mandatory inspection program for rental properties that have 1 to 4 units, and a move-in inspection requirement for larger multifamily properties with more than 5 units. Their rental resources program utilizes a 1 half-time staff member and a supervising manager from their social services and housing department to operate the program. And they also utilize additional code enforcement, finance department, and planning department support as needed. The City of Davis's rental resources program has incurred approximately $250,000 annually in direct staffing and software costs, and they've set a $105 per unit annual fee, which fully funds the cost of the program. Now move on and discuss a few different options available for implementation of a potential rental registry. The first potential option for implementing a rental registry is to utilize the city's existing business license program to gather information about the rental units. Currently, the business license program is administered by our city's finance department. Under this program, all businesses in the city, including residential rentals that generate revenue in the city, are required to obtain a business license and on an annual basis remit a tax payment based on their gross receipts earned in the previous calendar year. Currently, the city collects about $300,000 a year in business taxes from residential rental businesses, with the minimum tax being $25 per licensed operator per year. The business license program right now is administered primarily by one full-time staff member who's responsible for taking in the information from all the business license applicants, and there's not currently a capacity or structure for identifying unlicensed rentals or collecting more significant housing data. During the annual business license renewal season, staff from other divisions within the department come in to support the revenue management division as they manage that increased workload. And per the city's latest active business license report, there are a little over 2,600 active business licenses for residential rentals in the city, and that's inclusive of both long-term and short-term rentals. Many businesses include multiple addresses or units covered under one license, so staff estimates that there may be 10 to 12,000 rental units that might not be captured under the existing business license program. So this option would necessitate significant changes to our existing business license and tax program, including adoption of local regulations to require operators to provide the additional information regarding their units when obtaining or renewing a business license. There would also be updates needed to the business license database, potentially through software, and also significant staff and potential consultant resources that would be dedicated to actually identifying unlicensed rental properties, as well as conducting outreach to those owners and inform them of their requirement to secure a business license. Additionally, there's no guarantee that this kind of program improvement would provide the data that is sought out through the rental registry beyond basic information such as addresses. Getting further information such as the unit size, information on rent trends, or map-based insights, demographic or safe housing information may not necessarily be illustrated through this effort. Additionally, there may be issues tracking properties that are removed from the rental market. As we've mentioned, business licenses cover multiple properties and units, and there's not currently a requirement to notify the city when an owner takes a unit off the market. Additionally, without the additional revenue from an annual registration fee, it's possible that the software and staffing costs to improve the business license database may not be fully recovered by the additional tax revenue. So here's just some super brief information regarding the resource needs to improve the business license program. Staff considers this a high resource need. There's software costs of between $10,000 to $15,000 per year. And then staffing wise, we're estimating approximately 3 full-time equivalents necessary across the finance department, city's housing division, code enforcement, city attorney's office, and our communications team that would be necessary to implement this effort. So moving on to our second option for implementation of a registry, we have a voluntary rent registry. So this option would employ a software provider to roll out a rental registry without a mandatory registration requirement implemented through an ordinance. The registration rate that would be achieved would likely be pretty low. However, this option would have the lowest impact on staffing needs, as the software provider would really handle the bulk of the registration process, and there wouldn't be a need for staff to conduct outreach to properties that choose not to register or facilitate a high volume of inquiries. Before pursuing this option, council should really consider the intent of establishing a registry. If the intent is to have a complete 100% picture of our rental housing stock, a voluntary registry likely won't achieve this goal. In research with the software providers, they've indicated that cities that tried the voluntary registry program typically only get to about 20% of the total properties in the city registered after the first year. As I mentioned, the overall resource need is low to implement this type of program. There would still be software costs of anywhere between $10,000 to $50,000 per year, but only about a half of a full-time equivalent needed in the housing division to just administer this voluntary registry option. So now we'll move on to the final option that staff has for tonight for potential implementation of a rental registry, and that would be a mandatory software-based registry. This option would implement an ordinance to require all rental properties to register with the city and employ a penalty and citation process to conduct enforcement against non-compliant properties and owners. This option would utilize off-the-shelf rental registry software solutions from an established provider. If this option is pursued, staff recommends implementing an initial rollout process of at least a year where enforcement would not occur, and that's in the interest to get the maximum amount of properties to register. The city could also explore a reduction or waiver of the annual registration fee in order to incentivize participation and registration in the program. This would come at a cost to the city of approximately $200,000 per year in unrealized fee revenue, and so there may be delays in reaching full coverage of the software and staffing costs of the program. Once the initial rollout period is complete, the enforcement period would begin, and the collection of fees would also begin, which would start to reach supporting the bulk of the program's operations. Staff found that most cities that we talked to cover the cost of their software entirely, and also a significant portion of the staffing spent on program administration. As I mentioned earlier, the city of Monterey is currently covering about 90% of their rental registry program costs after 2 years of the program's existence. There also would be a potential financial benefit to the city of recovering missing business license tax revenue through the rental registry and capturing those unregistered properties. So approximately 3 full-time equivalents would be needed across the city's housing division, city attorney's office, and code enforcement division in order to administer this mandatory registry program. The highest cost would be incurred in the first several 1 to 2 years during our rollout and enforcement period. After 1 to 2 years, the program could start to reach that self-supporting phase through revenue from the annual registration fees. Next, I'll hand it back to Director Tway to cover focus questions and additional information.
Thank you so much. So to wrap this up, next steps. So the question is there interest in moving forward? And should council wish to move forward? As we heard, all of the cities we spoke to said you have to do a lot of outreach to roll this out. So additional outreach is obviously necessary. We would have to make a plan, look at what that looks like, ensure we have adequate staffing and support. So we're doing that in the proper way, and we're doing enough outreach for a successful rollout. A scope of work would be established to determine more accurate cost estimates. David did a lot of work talking to other cities, talking to the companies that do this work to try to come up with these rough numbers, but we would really need to look at what does that look like in the housing team, what are the other teams that would need to be involved in the city. And I just want to remind everyone, we do also have an upcoming discussion on code enforcement priorities in May. And I'm bringing that up because that relates to safe housing, and that relates to the code enforcement staff that would be involved in this, as well as whatever other priorities are established or removed from the code enforcement team or shifted around. So that does play into this item. And so staff's proposal for next steps in the staff report is that if there is interest in moving forward, that staff would work in the next 6 to 8 months to think through all of these things, put a proposal together, come up with some more established numbers, and then that would become part of the next financial plan. And the next financial plan also does include the mandatory update to the housing element. And I bring that up because that is a massive lift for the community development department and especially the housing team. So these two things together would likely be it for what, especially what the housing team could handle in that financial plan, if that makes sense. And some other information for the council to consider. Some of this came from the additional staff agenda correspondence, so thank you for bringing that up for people who may want to take a look at that. I just want to note to everyone, the current work plan does not include further work on renter protections and rental registry. It was the study session that we had prior, and then this study session. Again, we do have that May study session on code enforcement and safe housing, so that's related, but those are the main items in our current work program. If I have, I understand this is an interest of people to get this moving quickly. So if this were to move forward now, we would need to shift around existing work programs or remove them and reevaluate what that looks like. We've highlighted the work programs that are happening in community development in the staff report, and a lot of them are related to the housing division. About half of them are state mandated. We cannot not do them. We must do them to stay compliant with state mandates. But I have highlighted here for you the non-state mandated work plan items. So one is to organize a focus group to explore barriers to residential infill development. This likely would just get removed or pushed off until we have time. Conduct educational forum and improve the below market rate unit program. We know there are a lot of concerns about how this program works, and this is the group that works on that. So this is likely something that would have to get pushed off until we were able to roll out the rental registry, or at least delayed significantly, depending on when it can be picked up again. Creating a strategic plan for the safe housing program. We do have that study session coming up in May. We are already working on that. And so, I think we could probably keep moving on that. And it's also important for us to understand what priorities might look like in the next fiscal plan. So this is one that I think we could keep moving forward with. And then we do have creating a project plan and standard operating procedures for enforcement of zoning regulations pertaining to Greek houses. Again, that's code enforcement and planning related. And so that's one that would probably get delayed if we were to jump all into this. I also want to note that the housing team who is 2 people, one of which is sitting here today, also does other work, and a lot of it is also state mandated work. So processing our housing entitlements and building permits, we have required deadlines that we must meet for state, to meet state law. And that's also really important work to us. We're a pro-housing city. We're trying to get the housing units built, and so we have to process them, and we want to do it in a timely manner. Facilitating the below market rate housing program, the CDBG and Affordable Housing Fund Management, and then the general plan maintenance and reporting is coming from this team. And then, again, trying to proactively collaborate with the development community to move housing projects along. So having said that, the main focus question that I think is really important for the city council and the community to consider is, what is the goal of establishing this registry? And I think that thinking about and talking through this question can both help determine whether or not the registry is something to move forward with, and then also, if it is, what does that registry look like? What option fits the community the best? And then as you move forward, if that's the direction that we go in, what are the questions that you add to the registry? So the goal really should drive the policy. If the goal is improving safe housing, a registry isn't necessarily going to do that tomorrow. It can give you additional information and insight. It can help you identify patterns, right? If we have a registry that lets us connect code enforcement violations with ownership information or neighborhoods, and we can see where things are happening, that can be helpful. But it does not do anything to give community development more insight into where there are safe housing units or not. It doesn't, because someone is registered in the program does not mean the housing unit is safe. It doesn't mean that we know what it looks like on the inside or that it meets all the standards. So I just want to make that clear. And if the goal is to have more information, a registry can do that, right? So I think that I just want us to all kind of keep coming back to the idea of what is the goal of taking this action. And then our other focus questions are outlined in the staff report. is there interest in moving forward with a registry? If so, what option or options that we've presented or combination of options warrant further study or consideration? Is there additional data or analysis that you think would be beneficial to determine next steps? Is there something we didn't bring up or talk about that would be helpful for you making a decision or moving forward? And then finally, if there's interest in moving forward, what does that timing look like given the, the opportunities and challenges that we've outlined today? So with that, I just want to thank everyone for sitting through our presentation. It was a lot of material. There's a lot more in the staff report if anyone wants to read it, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have. So thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a lot of information and a lot of detail that you and your team have created, and we really, really appreciate it. Before we get into all the questions from council, I just wanted to make sure if there's anyone that would like to put in public comment, this is kind of your last and final time. So please make sure you put in your slip of public comment over by Assistant City Manager. There are slips, and then right outside there are slips as well. Want to make sure you get your chance if you would like. So with that, I will entertain any questions from council. One thing I didn't see though before we go any further is there was kind of the voluntary to mandatory. With the voluntary, does that include the software option, or is that kind of voluntary plus?
The way it was presented on the screen with the $10,000 to $50,000 price tag, that would include the software option. And so from talking to the software companies, there are some cities that just get the software, launch it, and kind of see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would include the cost of the software.
Okay, great. And I know the conversation that you shared already, I just want to hear it one more time out loud. So if we went forward with this and the software, use the software, then could someone request a Public Records Act to get all of the information of all of the rental tenants and or landlords?
That is absolutely something we would work through with our city attorney's office and the software company, but there are, having managed a rental registry before, there are mechanisms and agreements that cities have in place with these companies, and making sure they're working with the city attorney's office so that someone can't just say, give me all of the private information of everyone involved in this registry. And so there are ways that cities can ensure to protect that private data.
Thank you. I know that's a concern I've heard quite a bit in the community, so just want to make sure that was out there. Councilmember Boswell.
All right, I guess I'll get us started. I have a lot of questions. We'll see how far we get. I may take a pause and let other folks ask questions. And I recognize some of them might be beyond what can be answered sitting here, so I'm perfectly it's perfectly okay if staff wants to get back to us even at a later date. And perhaps some folks in the audience who have been very helpful with contributing data and insights to the city might want to take a crack at some of these as well. So let's see. First of all, it was a late night the other night, but I'm quite sure we set aside some budget for the possibility of use for rental registry. Could that budget potentially be used to support consultant or contract staffing to do additional work on development of anything, whatever it might be, business license enhancement or registry, that sort of thing?
Yes, it could. So, I've been thinking through if the direction were to move forward, what would the next steps be? What would we need more immediately? What would we need long-term? Obviously, long-term, you need staff, internal, who knows the system and can bring the community along in this process and implement it over time. There are things that you could use consultants for. For example, if we wanted to spend a year doing really robust outreach or community forums, mediation talking sessions. In a previous agency where I was at, we hired a professional mediator to host 12 community forums about these similar topics. And that was a consultant. And so I would say from like a PR, outreach, engagement specialist, that would be something that could be helpful. In terms of ordinance writing, working with our IT to make sure our systems work, that's a lot of internal staff that would be more difficult to bring a consultant in and just have them hit the ground running.
You put up some tasks in terms of what might be pushed off if we were to prioritize additional work here. I think it was, I don't know if there, anyways, I think I wrote it down, 3D and 4B. They look to me like tasks where there might be some overlapping work that could be done that might benefit both objectives.
So 3D is create a strategic plan for the safe housing program.
Right.
And so that it does overlap, right? A part of the strategic plan could be to have a rental registry so you can track things more adequately. But that was envisioned as a separate work plan item that was specific about safe housing in particular. So not necessarily getting data, but ensuring housing was safe, doing a lot of outreach to tenants and landlords, which, to your point, one of the reasons some cities use, or one of the things some cities use registries for is to be able to contact landlords, through mass emailing. You have a lot of addresses or email addresses of every landlord in the city. And so if there's messages you want to convey about safe housing or things like that, it can be fairly easy to do so. And then 4B is to conduct a study session with council on code enforcement priorities related to safe, livable neighborhoods and receive feedback on priorities. I agree that that is connected, which is one of the reasons that our recommendation was to have that study session and then let us hear the feedback from this, the feedback from that, and then work through what does that all look like to feed into the next budget cycle. Because if we hear, safe housing is the #1 priority for code enforcement still. It's pretty high up there. It's pretty much our #1 right now, but we want you to do X, Y, Z. That could be related to this effort, and it could be the same staff or necessary to get additional staff or to move staff around based on that conversation.
Thank you. The business license option included I think a couple of FTE ultimately to implement as well. We currently assign 1 FTE to manage our business license program. So is what you're showing in the business license option additional FTE, or would it include the existing FTE?
This would be additional, and the reason it seems high, I think I've talked about this with a lot of members of the public, and I think that it makes sense to think you have an existing process, can't you just add some questions and get the data? And one of the things that, as we've been thinking about it and working through it, is that you could do that. And then, as David stated, though, this system is not necessarily set up in a way that the rental registries are set up, with the follow-up, the continual tracking of each unit over time, the ordinance that's behind it to make sure that it's implementable, the enforcement mechanisms through the code enforcement and city attorney. So you basically have the same staffing required for the kind of off-the-shelf registry version, but we'd have to also kind of rework our existing process and internally create a public dashboard that includes this, ways to analyze this data. One of the things you get with an off-the-shelf system is they've already set up, you plug the data in, the landlord plugs the data in, the city can plug data in, and you can run reports. That's all set up. So this would get us some data, but without any mechanisms to analyze it in a way that you could do. So we would probably be needing more help in the IT division to be able to analyze this data, know what it looks like over time, and make sure it's useful to us, if that makes sense.
Can I ask a question along with that? Thank you. You stated in the agenda correspondence or the staff report that it wouldn't be verifiable. Can you share how the software data would be verifiable? Because I think that's the kind of confusing part for people.
Sure. And I'll take a stab at this, and David, please jump in if I'm incorrect. So one of the things that is, if you move in this direction, that's helpful about a software system is it is built for this purpose. So the software will ping staff if it says, hey, this unit's been registered 4 years in a row and it dropped off. No one's registered for a year. You need to follow up with this person. The business license process is not necessarily set up that way. And if you add a question to it of register all your units and then someone neglects to register 1 out of 5 of their units, they're still registering with their business license, and it would take staff going through each one to verify, did one of the units disappear? Where did it show up? Did it show up on someone else's business license that next year? Maybe it was sold. And what the off-the-shelf system would do is it will track that unit, no matter who's registering it over time. And it also you can put in things in the system where it can flag for you if a rent has gone up more than 10%, or if the unit has turned over more than X number of times in a certain amount of time. So there are things about it that can flag things to staff. But I think by verifiable, we meant that it's going to take a lot of manual labor to be able to verify that people have registered year over year, that the units are appearing over and over again, that they're the same units with the same address numbers. It's not 1 year it's unit 123, 1 year it's unit ABC. That would be much easier in the software system.
If we went with the business license option, are we imagining that we would be managing essentially 2 systems? We would be managing a business license system and a registry system, or is there software out there that could effectively manage both of these? I know it seems like we could probably use some modernization in our business license management anyways. Is there a way to kind of solve 2 problems?
I think we'd have to look at that. I do believe HDL does both of these things. So they do business license processing and they do rental registry. So there are systems out there that do both. So the city, if we were to explore this further, could reach out to some of the firms and say, like, if you have both of these things, what does that look like? And could you make it one single portal for the business? And then they can do both things at the same time. And so there are systems that I know of, at least one that does both of these things. So if that was a system we went with, we could work with them to see if we could make it one touch point with the landlord instead of feeling like they had to do 2 different things.
The software vendors, I looked at a few of them that were in the staff report. Are they, I'm sure some of them basically just sell you software. Are any of them providing services too, where they help you, they've got, I don't know if it's proprietary or they've got just clever strategies for identifying rentals that have not been previously identified by the city? If you had a voluntary registry and you only got whatever 20%, do they have ways they could tell you, well, here's the other ones based on scraping data from, I don't know, Zillow or property appraiser or utility bills, that sort of thing?
I'll let David take this one. He talked to all of them, I think.
Yeah, so most of the software providers that I talk to have some kind of way of searching data that's either fed to it through city data sources, the county assessor. There's ways to kind of whittle down those properties that probably need to be registered. Some providers also do scrape the internet, as you mentioned. They may be able to go to Zillow and say, oh, this property's been listed year over year for this amount. It needs to be registered. There are many ways where they can kind of go through and identify the properties that would need to be registered and provide that information to staff pretty quickly.
And then beyond that, the range in pricing, 10 to 50, I've seen some that are higher, especially for the first few years. Like the setup is more work for them, but there's like add-on packages that you can get where they'll field some questions, right? So instead of a question coming through staff, there's a hotline, and if a landlord is having a hard time, understanding the system or there's a malfunction, they field that question instead of staff. That's add-on costs. So there are other services beyond the setup that are often add-on costs with these services.
You mentioned that Monterey has a compliance rate currently of 82%. Can you remind me how long they've had the program in place, and do they have a compliance target they're aiming for that they think they will get to?
I think the program was intended to reach 100% compliance. They really wanted to collect comprehensive data on their entire rental housing stock. So in conversations with their staff, the program has been out for almost exactly 2 years now, and they've actually reached about, as you mentioned, 82% compliance and coverage of all the property. Typically, there's kind of a significant enforcement effort that's needed to close that gap because there's lots of staff resources dedicated to, after the software may identify the properties that need to be registered, there's still a significant effort needed to actually go and verify that the violation is occurring, move through that citation process. And so typically there's a much smaller amount that you get when you enter that enforcement process versus the first year of the rollout.
I don't recall that any of the examples we had were voluntary registries, but did you see anything out there in terms of incentives that can be offered to increase voluntary compliance?
Really, the main incentive that we saw that was offered is that 1-year rollout period where the fees are either reduced or waived. That was the primary motivator, I think, to get properties to register across these programs. And the example of a voluntary registry, I only heard that from a software company. I was unable in my research to find a city that, actually moved forward with that. It may have been that it was kind of an initial strategy.
Okay. One more question, and then I'll turn over the mic. I know that we were able to get a number from the realtors and the property managers. I think it was 8,208 units that are covered by their folks participating in that. Do we have a sense of how complete their count number is for the kinds of properties that they were reporting on? And then does it include, are there any kind of obvious exclusions from that outside of more, single mom and pop so-called ownerships like Haslo, for example? Are they in that number?
I don't think that the housing authority or those kind of people self-help housing or those kind of more affordable units were covered in that. But I do think that the figure that was given to me by the Realtors Association was a pretty comprehensive overview of the major property management players in the city. I think really what wasn't captured in that 8,200 figure is really the mom and pop landlords or those that just choose to individually represent themselves, of which anecdotally we know we have a high amount of those units also in the city. And so that general number that staff pulled together of anywhere from 12 to 14,000 units, it's probable that maybe there are property managed units that are not being accounted for, but I think the majority of units that aren't captured in that property management figure is really the mom and pop units.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. It's hard. We all have a lot of questions. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Thank you. Yeah, just to piggyback on that, the way I read it in the staff report was that, excuse me, those were professionally managed units, that 8,200, which definitely implies to me not, although professionally, people self-help and Haslo are, I guess, a professional manager, but that wasn't the impression that I got from the data. So maybe, I don't know if one of the folks that helped gather that data here is here and can speak, they can clarify that for us. Another piggyback on Councilmember Boswell's questions was about the price of the databases of the software systems. And I tried to ask a question about this in agenda correspondence, but I didn't quite get a clear understanding of, in my experience with software systems, you have a bigger upfront cost for the setup and the building of the system and the adding of all the questions to personalize our system differently from other cities. And then you have sort of an ongoing maintenance cost. And your estimate was $10,000 to $50,000 a year, I assume. But how much of that would be the ongoing cost in future years after the setup is done? Do we have a smaller range of what that would be, or is that a pretty?
From what I saw, and
number?
David, please jump in if you saw something different. Some of them were the same throughout. I think, they're competing for business, right? So if they can say, hey, you're going to get $30,000 every year, we'll get all your units in the system, no upfront, surge in the pricing. And then a few of them I talked to, it was, $50,000, $60,000 for the first year because there's so much work that goes into it. And then it stabilized at, 30, 40 after that, with an understanding, obviously, it's going to go up, 5% per year because of inflation. And so it really was a mix of ones that were flat rates of just this is what you get versus others. But I think over time, most common things I saw were like, I would say $30,000 to $50,000 per year, kind of ongoing.
Okay, thank you. Some of the questions, or I guess concerns that we got, one of the items that I heard from a renter actually was concern about, and I think there's both, from what I heard, there's both interest in publicly facing information and reservations about publicly facing information, both from those in the property management field and in the renter arena. So one of the concerns that I heard was from a renter was if the rent is publicly available in a database, is that going to be used as a way for landlords to slowly inch up the level of rent on all of the units across the board in the city? If we were to, do you have a good idea of what information, if any, we would share publicly if we went forward with a rental registry?
So that would be something that we would look to, through the conversations with the community, through the study sessions that we would have after this in anticipation of the ordinance development, getting feedback from the council. Ultimately, it would be, could be in the ordinance as to what information is gathered and how that information is used, or some guiding documents. But we would absolutely listen to, what the desires of the community are, and then direction from the council. I will say, from what David and I talked about, it is fairly rare for an outward-facing part of the registry. I think it was like 3 or 4 that we could find that had an outward-facing component. The rest were, you log into the system because you're the landlord or a tenant, if there's a tenant portion of it, and you put your information in, and then you can see your units, but there's no way to see beyond that. A lot of the cities also, though, do reporting, right? So they might report out just aggregate, hey, last year the annual rents for 1 bedrooms was this, 2 bedrooms was that, and it could become part of the general plan annual report. It could be that the council says we want an annual report on the status of our rental housing registry. And so there are opportunities, whether good or bad, for full transparency of what the rents are for certain types of units that aren't related to each individual specific unit, but can be aggregated for information and data.
So if we did go down the road of an ordinance and a program, there would be lots of opportunities for the community to weigh in, and the different sectors that you got outreach from already so far to weigh in on what things we collected and whether or not there would be publicly facing information and what that publicly facing information should be, and probably some conversations with the city attorney's office about that as well.
Yes, those would all be aspects that we'd have to work through, and then ultimately decide when we adopt what would be required, what would be allowed to be released, things like that.
Another issue that we've heard about through this process is evictions. We've heard a lot from folks, and just trying to gather information about our housing stock and what it looks like and how many of what type of unit we have, and we just don't have very much data right now. So one curiosity I have is about eviction information. Is that some of the, if we asked information about evictions, is that kind of information verifiable in some way, going back to, I think, one of the other questions that was hinted at earlier?
So what I have seen is that some cities have a requirement that you register every year, or if someone is evicted, sometimes they require, if a resident just, it's turned over for some reason. So you can mandate that someone reports when there is an eviction on a property. In terms of verifiable, what becomes difficult is we only know what we know. a tenant could call us and say, I just got evicted, and we could look and see if it's in the system. If not, we could follow up and say you're out of compliance. But unless someone told us that, because there is not any requirement that anyone notifies for any other reason about that eviction, then we just would only know if they did report it.
So we got an email from someone that said that they were evicted, essentially. They were asked to leave their rental because the owner wanted to sell the property. And then later, I don't know, 6 months, 8 months, I don't know what the duration was later, they found out that the unit had been re-rented. So in that situation, we may find out, we may not. Am I understanding that correctly?
If you had a requirement, hopefully the
Hopefully they
person
would.
is following the requirement. If not, we could go back after the fact and see if it was reported. But otherwise, I don't know that we would know unless we were informed in some other way or brought into that issue for some other reason.
Did you, I thought I heard a voice over there. No?
I was just saying, affirming, I mean, if people are complying with a regulation that says they're mandated, obviously there's always going to be a certain percentage of non-compliance with any regulation that's adopted.
Right. Okay, thank you. The other thing that we heard throughout this process from the community was concerns about this being, implementing a registry system being sort of a precursor to things like rent stabilization or enhanced eviction protections or other sort of policies that we might set based on the information that we gather. And I just wanted to get a little bit more clarification and put out there what you put in the agenda correspondence about rent stabilization. And granted, we don't have a lot of data about our housing stock right now, our rental housing stock, but there is a very small, potentially percentage of units in our city that would be eligible for additional rent stabilization above and beyond what the state is already implementing. Is that correct?
Yes, so question 8 in the agenda correspondence was about how many of the units that we think we have in the community would be exempt from statewide. We wouldn't be allowed to, have further rent restrictions on them. And because of Costa-Hawkins, the city can't expand rent stabilization to any units built after 1995 or single-family units regardless of date of construction. And so that's one of the things we tried to dive into in the previous staff report in October, is that a little bit unknown, because again, we don't necessarily know the mix of single-family, multifamily, dates of construction, but it is likely that a vast majority we would not be able to implement any further protections for them.
Because they're either single-family homes or they were built after 1995 if they were multifamily.
Correct.
So it would really only apply to multifamily housing that was built before 1995, right? Okay, just wanted to put that out there because I think it's important. And I also just want to see if you could repeat for me, because I think I wrote it down correctly from your report, and I asked a question about this in agenda correspondence too. The business license process, I think we only have, it's like 2,600 or 2,900 business licenses that are related to rental units. Some of them are for more than one rental unit, but I think you said we estimate that there's about 10 to 12,000 rentals that are not currently covered by active business licenses. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And that's just based off of the limited data that we have. You know, we do know how many total housing units that we have in our city, and we know what percentage of households are renters. So we can kind of extrapolate that to an overall figure of the amount of rental units we have in our city. But again, that has somewhat of a low degree of accuracy. So that's just kind of where we arrived at that figure.
So could a rental registry give us better data about the ones that are not registered as their business licenses, and we could kind of extrapolate who needs a business license that doesn't have one already if we had better data in our registry? Or
Yes, one of the things we haven't talked about is the ability to enforce the business license requirement through the rent registry. So what we've seen in communities is sometimes they say, in order to do your mandatory annual registration, you have to upload your business license. And so in order to not be out of compliance with the rental registry requirement, which has some fines and follow-up, you need to get your business license, make sure it's updated, and then upload that into the system. So they, through that system, they're bringing people on board with the business license aspect.
Can I ask something along with that?
of course.
Can you remind us what the fines and follow-up is for people who have a business, whether it is a rental or a business in town that's retail, et cetera, if they do not get their business license?
Emily?
Yes, so there's about a $90 fee approximately to obtain a new business license. The fee to renew it annually is about $50. In addition to the business taxes that each business has to pay annually in order to renew. And then if for the businesses who go past July 31st and have not yet paid their tax and fully renewed their license, we then send out 3 rounds of administrative citations. The first citation is $100, second citation is $200, and third citation is $500. So businesses can get up to $800 in administrative citations annually. And we're constantly working on, what actions can we take beyond that 3 rounds of citations. After the process that we went through in the last renewal cycle about a year ago, we've still got about 280 businesses that remain out of compliance. And as you're aware, we sent some letters out a couple of weeks ago to the 15 accounts that owe us the most money. We've seen a little bit of progress there, but we're constantly working on what can we do beyond that citation process.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 2 more and then I'll stop. The second to last one is, looking for it here. I noticed, I think I was looking at the city of Monterey's, kind of went down the rabbit hole and was looking at some of their documentation online, and it looks like they have a structure to their registry. They call it an inventory, I think. Their inventory has a clause in it that they have like their fee structure is like for if you have 1 to 3 units, then you pay 1 set fee. And if you have more than 3 units, then you pay a per unit fee. So if our goal is to kind of not penalize small mom and pop landlords, if you will, we could develop a structure like that that is less cost prohibitive to smaller property owners than the professionally managed or the presumably larger property owners, correct?
Yes, you could establish the fee structure however you wanted to, based on what are the goals and constraints and things like that.
Okay, last, so if we decide to go provide some direction to move forward with next steps, and we don't want to hinder that list of work plan activities that you outlined there, which are all important things too, the probably best option would be to propose some direction for coming up with some work plan items for the 27-29 financial plan. And that would put us at actual implementation 3 or 4 years, 2 to 4 years after whenever we actually start that process, correct?
Yes, and if I can add to that,
Please.
If there's direction to move forward but integrated into the next budget cycle, which was our recommendation, that doesn't mean we're going to sit around and do nothing for the next 8 months until we talk about it. That actually is time that we can use to do the things like develop our scope, figure out what our staffing would need to look like based on this conversation and the code enforcement conversation. Do we just need to add staff to the existing housing team? Does the housing team need to be reworked to include a code enforcement? There are different things we could do based on what that looks like, and the BMR program, these are all related. And so we would be spending that time thinking through internally what it looks like, really drilling down on the costs, probably starting to develop an RFP so that when we all say go, it's already done. And so there's pre-work that we can do in the next 6 to 8 months as we're developing this for the budget. We would have to do that if you said, go do this tomorrow. We'd have to do that anyway. So you're going to gain probably a few months, half a year, if you say go now. But there are things we will do to prepare for that I think it's not lost time, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much, appreciate it. And thanks for all the work on a great report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Francis.
Thank you so much. Great question so far from my colleagues. You've gotten most of mine here. Just wanted to drill down on that business license thing for another minute. I'm curious if there are other communities that also only require one license, and this might be a question for Director Jackson, only one license regardless of the number of units, or if that's kind of particular to our community, and if that's another piece of this that would be helpful to resolve in some way.
I actually don't know the answer to that. Most of the time that I spend talking to other agencies about business license programs is what they do for enforcement, and nobody has figured out the special recipe on that yet. So I don't know, but that's certainly something that we can do some outreach on and get you some follow-up information on.
Yeah, just be curious to see if we're sort of outliers there. And also, I think maybe as part of this whole process, it might be, if we're going to require business licenses, if we move forward, and we require business licenses to be uploaded as part of the registration, then what does that mean? Is it individual to each unit, or is it kind of a collective, depending on the size of the business itself? So
Yeah.
would love to have a little resolution there if possible.
In my past life, there were, we required one business license, so you might be a company that owns 3 buildings with 500 units, that's one business. But the business license didn't necessarily have all the units because we had a rental registry, and you would just upload your business license as part of your unit. But does that make sense? So we didn't
Absolutely.
need to track them in the business license because we had a registry.
So the registry itself could just kind of resolve that problem of
Yes.
not having that information at this point. Thank you. How common is it for both tenants and managers or owners to both have access to the registry so that there's almost a dialogue or verification process within the system?
So what
Sorry,
I
one
saw-
second.
oh.
City Manager, did you want to join in on this?
Thank you. Just some thoughts on the business license and why it is that we are in a place of having some rental properties that may be all incorporated within one license. And I haven't looked back at our code, but I would imagine it's really around the definition of a business. And businesses can be formed under lots of different types of structures. And so we'd probably have to get really detailed in the way we want to define what a separate type of business is. And it's maybe a situation where we could be perpetually chasing that. And so I think really helpful kind of closing the loop there at the end about the way that they would link together if we did have a registry that wouldn't necessarily put all the kind of onus or burden on the business license process if it's really a matter of where units are located. But the two, it's sort of like, it's more or less a tax certificate. It's giving authorization to conduct business, but it's separate from even our land use process, right? You can have a business license, and sometimes this happens in other jurisdictions where somebody accidentally issues a business license for a business that's not even permitted where they are located. But the two are not the same, right? You can have an authorization to pay us taxes, which we would say yes, please, and thank you. But that doesn't necessarily mean that what you are doing is legal and fully up to code. And so that's where it's a tool for us, but it's not the kind of one tool to solve all things. And so I'm glad to hear the connection that was offered in terms of the way that registry program might work. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Emily, sorry, did you want to add to that? Sorry.
So our code requires that there be a separate business license for each branch establishment, which means locations at different addresses. So we have a handful of small local businesses in this community who have multiple locations. Black Horse, Scout, and Slodoco come to mind. They all have individual licenses for their different locations throughout the city. Our interpretation of that has historically been for residential rentals that if you have professional property management company who is working with property owners to manage the properties, the property management company should, per the code, have a license. Their gross receipts are the fee that the property owners pay to the property management company. They pay a business tax based upon the gross receipts generated from that. But the property owners should also have an individual business license for each address. And we're actually working on that effort right now with our economic development team to kind of take a look at what are all of the mostly commercial at this point, rental properties that we have, who is the commercial property owner, and then who is the tenant, and making sure that they both have licenses and that they're both paying the business tax. And so that's an effort that we need to do with residential rentals as well. The focus really is on commercial, given that that's higher value.
It's actually super interesting. I feel like maybe in some ways it's a little bit more of a can of worms to try and attack this from the business license angle, because we're going to be caught redefining what it means to be a business if we expand the requirement. And wow, that feels like a heavy lift.
City attorney might want to add to that.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just would add to that our business license and tax regime is not regulatory in nature, right? So the distinction that your city manager was making is the difference between this is a revenue system, not a regulatory system. And so the enforcement mechanism, gets a little wonky as well in terms of if you're trying to use that business license system as a regulatory compliance measure. That would also require some code changes and a fundamentally different utilization and approach to our business license tax structure.
So strong argument to keep them partitioned, but perhaps there's still a world where there's an interface that makes it easy for somebody to come in and enter the data all at once and kind of have a one-stop shop in that sense. But okay, thank you for that. And then I think we were on to the question about the dialogue.
Yeah, certainly. So all of the jurisdictions that we surveyed really aim to collect information primarily from the property owner. That's typically due to just how the ordinance is structured, requiring the owners to submit information. Typically where the tenant kind of comes into play is in the cities that have a rent stabilization program. There has to be a formal process for the tenants to contest the rent data that's submitted. So if the rent is actually higher and in violation of the city's local rent stabilization, there has to be a process for the tenant to actually formally submit that through the rental registry portal. I didn't find an example where a tenant could just kind of register a property. Like we kind of mentioned earlier, some of the registries have a login for the tenants to view the information about their unit, but overall, the tenant participation in the registry is somewhat limited.
So how does it generally work with sort of almost the fact-checking element of, you've got somebody that's actually living in the house, then you have the person who owns and is renting the house, and say in the registry, it's recorded as a 3-bedroom residence, and you've got your tenants in there saying, actually, there's 7 bedrooms, or whatever it happens to be the scenario. Is there a way for tenants to essentially engage in that process?
So to David's point, you can build the registry however you want within the confines of the system that you have. Some cities mandate fact-checking by the tenants because usually, probably almost always, it's because there's a local rent control ordinance. And so you have to be able to give the tenants an option to say, no, the landlord's not being truthful and let me appeal that, or it's too high and I'm going to let the city know. I guess a benefit of the public-facing information is like Berkeley's, you could go look up your own unit and say, what did my landlord say the rent was last year? And then note if it's incorrect or not. Brings up another interesting question of, okay, then what? Right, so if we get a call from a tenant that says, hey, I looked online and it's incorrect, that's then the city reaching out to the landlord, hey, it appears to be incorrect, and then we have to figure out how to fact check that, and we need to make a call as to how far down that road how much time do we spend on this for each one that we get. If it's not in violation of a local regulation, right? If it's in violation of a local regulation, you have to make sure that they're being truthful. It's an interesting question because you could also set it up where there is a login for the tenant, they can view the information, and then you need to have a system for them to be able to contact the city, and then we have to figure out what do we do with that. But separate and apart from that, it is self-reported data from the landlord, ultimately. And unless someone tells us it's wrong, again, we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, interesting quandary there with who has access to the information then. Couple of small things here. Actually, just a quick follow-up on one of the things you mentioned earlier about eviction. I did see that Syracuse, New York has registration as a prerequisite to eviction. So it's kind of a check to ensure that folks were actually part of the rental registry. One of the models that I did see, and we were talking about sort of the carrots and sticks to get kind of voluntary participation in this. Fresno looks like they have a model where they waive the fee to register, but there's a pretty hefty fine for not registering. That seemed like a fairly uncommon model, and I actually have no idea what that means in terms of being able to recoup costs there, but just wanted to throw that out as an interesting kind of carrot for the system. And I think my last question for now is about code enforcement upstaffing, or I guess not even just code enforcement, but our upstaffing in general. If it's somewhat unique in that first year, or if that's something that once we upstaff to a certain level, that's the same kind of staff that then would be able to carry it through and run the program, or if we need a unique kind of staff to get it stood up and then a whole different type of staff to actually run it. And if you could just get into that a little bit.
Yes, that is a fantastic question. If we were to move forward, we would definitely dig into that a little more with cities that have gone through the establishment process. My educated guess is that the staffing is a little bit different. So for example, to Councilmember Boswell's question, at the beginning, we are going to focus on outreach, education, setting systems up. So we're going to need IT involved, but over time, it becomes like any other software system we've had over time. There might be issues, but you're not integrating it with our current software. I would hope the same with the city attorney's office. Obviously, they're going to be very involved in ordinance writing, making sure we have the definitions, making sure we're thinking through everything. But over time, as it's up and running, I would hope that we see, compliance and probably legal issues as we go and challenges there, and they'd have to come in with enforcement if it escalated. But there's going to be much more need at the beginning of the process with some types of staff. The other one would be, the planning staff. Again, that's the outreach, that's the ordinance writing, that's the making sure everyone's brought on board. I don't know that we're going to need code enforcement right away, but the code enforcement would actually ramp up later, right? So if we have a voluntary program for the first year, not voluntary, but no enforcement for the first year, code enforcement is more of an educational thing, but then they're going to ramp up and bringing people along and enforcing them throughout the life of the program.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, so I want to thank my colleagues for asking all these questions, so I really am down to just a few. When there is a noise violation, the loud party type thing, and the residents of a house get a citation, the landlord also gets a citation. How do we know who the landlord is? Do we know it through the business license, or do you guys just go to the county clerk recorder and look at the deed, or how do you know, and how do you contact the so that the owner of the property also gets the fine, whatever it is?
We have access to that information through the assessor and then through other programs that we have that code enforcement uses to identify who the current owner is.
So our staff does that research to find?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, and thank you so much to my colleagues for the many questions. There's so much more. I feel like each time we're kind of picking up each question is a rock with more roots and worms underneath. But I keep going back to the business license conversation. So also one of the names kind of stirred my memory of a short-term rental company as well. So it seems as though we have maybe HDL, not sure, that could do business tax as well as rental registry. There's others that might be able to do short-term rental as well as registry. I'm just wondering, with all of these kind of things swirling around, should we be kind of almost rewinding and looking at the revenue and the compliance aspect of the fee itself? So trying to figure out that aspect a little bit more. Is there, if we were to do the rental registry, is there almost a combination of kind of like bundling, they're doing the short-term rental, they're doing the business tax, and they're doing the rental registry?
That's definitely something we could look at, and we've already had conversations. We actually spoke with the company that does our short-term rental. We were talking about short-term rental, and we brought up, hey, there's conversations about rental registries. Is that something you do? And they said, actually, we're going to bring that on to our system. And so I think more companies are looking at it. And so we would definitely look at where there is overlap and how could we simplify. That's one of the challenges, just frankly, we have in general, is we have so many software systems tracking so many things that one of the hesitancies is bringing on another one that then doesn't talk to the other systems we already have. So we would be looking at, one, how well does the system work? Two, does it integrate with what we already have, right? Like our existing code enforcement and permitting software, because if it doesn't do that, that doesn't do us a lot of good. And then two, are there things that we all know we are going to do in the future or maybe are doing now that we could bundle together? I think that's a really good point and absolutely something we would work into an RFP to be able to prioritize systems that could give us some efficiencies in that way if they met all of our other criteria.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, I think the efficiencies aspect as well as just what we've gone through with our larger system and some challenges with that. I just want to not repeat that. Also with the software, this may not be an answer but wanting to help our property owners not duplicate their work as much as possible. Is there a way, I know we talked about it a little bit, is there a way for them to just upload a CSV or something with their data so they're not retyping in all of their property owner data in MLS, in Zillow, in all these different places?
So I didn't see through my research the ability to necessarily upload a spreadsheet or an Excel file. However, I did notice that some of the software sources can kind of start to pre-fill the unit numbers. For example, if you own an apartment building, the software can pull from either the city or the county assessor data and automatically fill all the units that are in a property. So there are ways that can kind of create efficiencies in reporting multiple units in one go.
Okay, thank you. And then for the property management, 8,200 number, et cetera, and the 14,870 units, and the 26 to 19 rentals. I'm still trying to really kind of wrap my brain around this. So back to the business tax comment from Director Jackson, are we to assume that the 8,200 is out of the 14,000 and change units? And so if we were to take the 2,600 plus the 8,200, we're really only missing about 4,000 units then for the rentals in our community?
For the business license, I think it's very hard to know. I don't want to answer for Director Jackson, but I think one of the challenges is it's truly very hard to know what we're missing and what we're not missing. And that's why David said this has a very large margin of error.
Yeah.
Like, I think you went through it with finance and you were looking at what's reported on each one, but again, it's not necessarily reported in the same way and not as clear as it would be in a registry where it is the same unit year over year, addressed the same way, and you can follow that unit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. Thank you. I'm just trying to make sure I'm picturing this fully. So many of the questions were answered, so I'm just trying to make sure I didn't miss any. And then as far as when it comes to the data, if certain data was public facing, that we would have the ability for domestic violence or different reasons that people need to not have their information out, that we would be able to have someone ask for confidentiality or something of that sort. Is that something that the software has shown that it could do so far?
That would have to be something we look at with the city attorney's office. I would imagine that we just generally wouldn't be publishing anything like that anyway, but I also know that, people are very sensitive about any data. And so even just what Berkeley has of, I don't want someone to know what I'm paying in rent this year. They know what my address is and I don't want them to know that, or things like that, So I know that we will be addressing those concerns on an ongoing basis, and we'd have to figure out, what the process is for if you could ask for something to be removed. But again, it's potential that we don't have a public-facing version of it, right? So then that's a non-issue.
Yeah, just making sure if there was, that would be something we could do, remove if necessary. And then lastly, I think this is probably a question that is not really in your realm, but as far as kind of going back to the evictions question, I thought there was a place that had to be, whether it was in the court system or something, that someone had to list that there was eviction happening. I mean, how else does a public notice happen that ends up on someone's door? So I was just curious, is there not a public filing or something that has to happen? Thank you, City Attorney.
I'm going to hand off to our Deputy City Attorney, who is the far more knowledgeable resource on landlord-tenant issues and unlawful detainer.
Yes, so unlawful detainer cases are not public record. Generally, if an eviction is, finaled, that could come up on like a background check for a tenant, but the court records themselves are sealed. And it could not be accessed by our office.
Thank you. That's very helpful. All right, those are my main questions. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. Just a few more. This is another tenant protection question. So you might be back. If there is a violation of the Tenant Protection Act, say an illegal rent increase or eviction, can you remind me what's the tenant's remedy? It's essentially they hire an attorney, and does the city have any, is there any city responsibility?
The city does not have a role in unlawful detainers or landlord-tenant disputes. Typically, those are private matters, and they're handled through the process outlined in code and through the courts.
If the city became aware, perhaps through some kind of reporting, that a tenant's rights have been violated under TPA, can we affirmatively refer them to an attorney or act in sort of an ombudsman role?
We certainly regularly provide people with information for attorney referral service and to Slow Laugh and other community resources that assist folks, particularly lower income folks or people that don't have resources to hire a private attorney. we make regular referrals there when people are looking for that type of service.
Thanks. And then just a couple follow-ups on one of the agenda correspondence items. There was a question about whether the city could mandate an inventory checklist, and the answer was affirmative. If we required a checklist submittal, would we have to act on potential violations identified in that submittal?
So in general, enforcement is discretionary, and there's a and that's based on a recognition that resources are limited, right? So there are some rare exceptions, but in general, enforcement of city code is discretionary.
Is there a difference between the state's habitability requirements under the Health and Safety Code and other city codes? Would we enforce them differently?
I don't know if I'm understanding the question entirely.
Well, I'm assuming we have codes we enforce that go beyond the state's list of what they consider habitability. So
typically for in the interior, I mean, building code, if they're, plumbing code, your generally applicable codes, the provisions that require, hot and cold running water and heat and those types of provisions, we have incorporated into our municipal code, the uniform building code, uniform fire code. So we could enforce those provisions that way. But beyond that, state habitability law, we would not.
Hi, John Mezapeza, Code Enforcement Supervisor. We enforce all the provisions of the Health and Safety Code that revolve around habitability. We also adopt the International Property Maintenance Code, which has a whole list of things that essentially mirror the Health and Safety Code, but there are some provisions that are different. And then, as Christine was saying, we definitely look at building code, plumbing code, electrical code. All those things can come up when we're doing an inspection to determine if there are habitability issues.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, probably was kind of answered in the previous question of whether we might treat a certain kind, if we became aware of a certain kind of violation, that we might treat one kind of violation differently from another in terms of whether we would exercise that discretion to conduct code enforcement.
And I think that might be at the discretion of whatever we decide to go forward with in terms of if it's submitted as a violation or a potential violation. But in general, the Health and Safety Code does require, if we get a report from a tenant, that we do respond and we inspect and we notice the property owner, regardless of the status of evictions or anything else going on between tenant and landlord. But if it was provided to us through this process, it would be a little bit different. If it's provided by the landlord, I'm not sure exactly how we would respond, but that would have to be kind of a decision we'd make moving forward.
Right.
I think as a general statement, we can say that we prioritize health and safety issues and enforcement of those issues above, someone's garbage can being left out an hour too long. There certainly is a prioritization, and things that are going to affect people's health and safety that are within the scope of our enforcement are going to receive priority typically.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'm finished. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just a super quick follow-up to one of Councilmember Marks's questions. She had asked about identifying owners when there's a noise ordinance violation. I was actually kind of surprised by the answer because I thought that there were occasions where the information is somewhat obfuscated, like it's an LLC or something like that. Don't we run into situations where it's difficult to identify who the contact person is?
Yes, and I'll ask John Mezapeza to talk through what happens when you run into that situation. But yeah, sometimes the owner isn't John Smith that lives on Main Street. It's, an LLC. that's owned by another LLC. And so it can be more difficult. Some are more difficult than others.
We generally pull the property owner information from the assessor's roll. So there's going to be an address attached to that. We also have the ability to look up LLCs and who the agent is of that LLC and the address that would be associated with that. So, but generally, our system automatically pulls information from the assessor's database, and that's how we get the property owner information.
So the difference with like a rental registry, for example, would be that that information would be somewhat like proactively provided to us. We'd have the agent name, contact, versus having to pull from the assessor system and then potentially investigate layers of ownership.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shoresman.
Thanks. Yeah, one last one that came up as we were discussing some of the, I think as Councilmember Boswell was talking about some of the sort of safe housing code enforcement elements of this. And based on, again, some of the emails and that we received and discussions that I had about this potentially being a tool to help with our safe stable housing major city goal. And I think in talking to you previously, the incorporation of some sort of checklist or something, I think this came up in agenda correspondence as well. It might be possible, should we go down this road, to add some sort of checklist that both the landlord and the tenant could potentially fill out to check off, is there, are there smoke detectors? Is there carbon monoxide detectors? What are the safety? Is the plumbing all in working order? Is electrical all in working order? But if we had something like that, it would basically be self-report unless we added a code enforcement component to it, or it rose to the level of following up as a health and safety violation, correct?
Yes, and if we did not have anything like that, the enforcement associated with this registry is truly, are you registered or not? And you're not registered and you need to be, and let's enforce on that. We would really have to think about and look at what the implications of something like that would be from a staffing standpoint because of that reason. So, for example, if someone wants to register, but they refuse to fill out that form, then it's we going back and forth with them of there's everything else there, but I won't fill out the form. And so that's something, or if the form's half filled out, or if one party signs it, or if there's something noted and it's not a health and safety violation, but, and so we'd have to think through all of those things and then figure out what is our protocol for addressing those. And if it came to our attention that there were a number of issues that we could have tens of thousands, 12,000 units registered and discover 1,000 code enforcement issues that need to be addressed, which that's good. We should know about safe housing issues, but it would have a big impact on staffing. So we would really need to think through what are the implications of asking for something like that.
Thank you. I think that's important to think about what this tool, to your original question that we're going to be discussing later, what is this tool? What is it really going to get us, and what's the value of it if we go forward? So thank you.
City Attorney.
I just wanted to add that really is sort of nearing the rental housing inspection program model more than the registry model. And, so if there is a proactive enforcement expectation and component, we're currently not doing that. It's complaint driven, or sometimes observation driven. I mean, obviously we have properties that are in such a dilapidated condition that it's very obvious, and we've pursued receivership actions under the Health and Safety Code reactively for those types of properties. But when you're beginning to gather that information, I do think it's important to focus on to what end, because if the expectation is then that there's going to be a proactive enforcement response to a failure to fill out the form, or filling out the form saying, no, there's not adequate, adequate water, hot water, or whatever the violation is, then that's a much different resource response discussion than the one that we've been directed to have here.
Thank you, yes. when we come back to the timeline, one of the things that we've talked about obviously is the housing element. We need to do that in 2028, not really a question. Back to the work plan items that are already on the next one, whether we want it to be or not. So time-wise of what we're looking at so far, if this rental registry study session equals an ordinance and all these things in the future, at this point, are we kind of missing the boat of, will the registry be done later than the housing element, and therefore the data is really only useful for 8 years from now?
That's a great question. One of the things I've contemplated is how the interaction between this and the housing element. And so one potential benefit of a registry, if we had it up and running right now, is that we would have much better data to feed into the housing element, to know what does our housing stock look like in terms of rental units? Do we have enough, studios for the single households that we know we have because of the census? Do we have enough larger household units in the market to support larger households in the community? Because the housing element requires us to show that we're meeting the needs of the population and the community members that we have. I think your point is a good one, given what we know about the timing to set this up and the rollout. We likely would not have the full set of data to feed into this next current housing element. I think I got excited about the potential of data, but I think given the housing element process, we would be moving concurrently with one another. There could be things that we find that are useful. The other thing to consider, and we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, is how this interplays with the housing element in terms of a policy or a program that we implement to show the state that we're addressing some housing issue in the community. That gets us right back to the question of what is the point? What is the goal of this? And is it achieving one of the goals of the housing element of, providing the housing that is needed in the community, and how does this support us in doing that? And so I think, or not, right? So I think that that's something to think about, is how does this fit in with the housing element as we start to move in that direction?
And in that same vein, how would the rental registry work with the loose? I know we're not officially doing that yet, but we know it's on our horizon.
I think it would be similar, right? We would just, it would give us additional information. Truly, that would be, I think, just more immediately more helpful for the housing element. But again, we probably missed this cycle of having complete information for that. But the land use is informed by housing needs in the community, right? So they're all connected, and the housing needs, you need to know what you have. And right now we use census data, which is good, and that's what the state expects, because that's what almost every city does. This would give us a little more granular data.
And then there have been some requests around, there's the apartment data that's shared with us that's taken on the 5 years versus the 10 years. Would that be data that could be helpful in making these decisions around the rental, without a rental registry versus with a rental registry?
So I think, if I'm understanding correctly, it's like the census every 10 years. They also do, kind of estimates in between, or reaching out in between. So absolutely, when we do housing element, we grab any and all data that we possibly can, and whatever is the most recent. Sometimes the housing element cycle lines up nicely with some recent data, and other times you are left with 7-year-old data, and so you're looking for newer information. Again, with this, you would have pretty up-to-date information, at least for your rental stock. Again, it's not going to tell us anything about the ownership units. The census would do that, but you would have more up-to-date information than you usually would have from the census.
Thank you. And the last thing is, we talked about the potential things that would have to come off the list in a sense, maybe. But when I look at a couple of these issues, for example, the code enforcement priorities on 4B, if we're looking at the rental registry, are you then saying we wouldn't look at the May code enforcement housing livability study session? That seems like it would have to happen either way, so it kind of seemed confusing.
The code enforcement one, I think we would still do. I mean, we've started writing the report. There's a lot of things wrapped up in that. That one, I think we committed to doing. The other ones are ones we would have to look at, or, you know, the residential infill one, the BMR, that is all in David's head. And so those are the ones that I would be looking at. Do we need to remove them? Do we need to push them off significantly? And then, you know, I don't want to dwell on this, but I do want to really stress that additional work that this team does that aren't the work program items, but is the 90% of the day of reviewing the permits, working with developers, facilitating the BMR program. Those are the things that we can't lose sight of, and that, you know, we have to make sure that we're doing those per state law, where additional staff would really be necessary in order to maintain the current workload that we have and supporting, you know, moving housing forward in the community.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Just maybe to put a little finer point on the code enforcement priorities, should the council provide direction to move forward with this, this will necessarily become one of your code enforcement priorities.
Thank you. That's, I think, where I was
So
kind
in
of.
terms of, you know, allocation of resources and sort of what thoughts you may have in that other context, I think there's some overlap in the Venn diagrams, and there's some resource implications, you know, for between one and the other.
I do too. Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, just to piggyback and get clarification on that, I guess I understood that, and I hear what you're saying, City Attorney, what I would think, what I was understanding would staff would be looking for direction from us if we wanted to put this into our priority list for the rest of the financial plan. They would probably want guidance from us of which things are going to come off the list. Is that what your expectations were?
Yes, I mean, we'd absolutely have to take some of them off the list. I think a lot of them are just on the list because they're state mandates, right? So this is what's left.
Right, these are the ones that we
Right.
would have to choose between, basically, if we were going to prioritize this over something else.
And then I think, to City Attorney's point, this becomes the code enforcement priority for the next year and a half, 2 years.
Right.
If this moves forward now, right? And so then you have less wiggle room in what else becomes a priority A for code enforcement, because they will be fully invested in establishing this program and helping us make sure that we're bringing people along, if that makes sense.
Got it, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that we were all clear that that's what we would have to do.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted that to be said out loud. Thank you so much. All right, with that, it is 7:30. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And if you did not get your public comment slip in, I'm just going to say you have 10 more minutes. Make sure you get that in. Thanks so much. All right, thank you so much for the great break. We're going to go ahead and get to it. We have, oh, really? Hi. So we have at least 96 minutes of public comment. So as I shared before, people who have the 1 minute, hi there. People who have the 1 minute, they get to speak first. So our city clerk will list off the names. I'd like to ask that you get in a row, 3 at a time. She will name off 3 people's names, so please get in a row so we can keep it going. It'll be like a really fun, you know, relay kind of fun experience. So. Oh, thank you very much. I don't have my whole list of rules today, but just as a reminder, we have a lot of new people in the room, so I want to make sure that if you support something, please give us the hands and the applause. We hear you that you appreciate it and you support it. If you hate something, that's totally fine. Give us a thumbs down. We see you. But please, no clapping, no booing. We, 1, need to move the public comment along. 2, need to respect people who are speaking and let them share their 2 cents, whatever those 2 cents are. And then 3, we want to be able to give you your chance to be able to speak as well. So with that, City Clerk. Thank you so much.
Our first 3 speakers, Frank Zika, TJ, Bruce Judson.
And come on up, all 3 in a line, pretty please.
Okay, my name is Frank Zika, and I live in the city of San Luis Obispo. And I was noticing in your original presentation, you talked about affordability. But I didn't hear any of that tonight. I heard about implementation and enforcement and cost, but I didn't hear anything about affordability. And so if this is supposed to increase affordability, is the juice versus the squeeze? I don't see where that happens. And as far as affordability, the thing that drives, I think, unaffordable housing is that the base unit of housing in the city is a dorm room. And right now, a dorm room is $1,500 to $1,800 a month, and it's going to go up to $1,600 to $1,900 a month. And so, landlords realize what a dorm room is going for, when they look at their housing stock, they're going to be. Talk about that.
Totally hear you. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is TJ Holderness. I'm a licensed realtor in San Luis Obispo County and a property manager. I work with families trying to find housing in this community. San Luis Obispo already has a supply challenge. We need more housing investment, not less. When regulation increases, uncertainty increases. When uncertainty increases, investment slows. If our goal is long-term affordability, we need policies that encourage maintenance, reinvestment, and the creation of more housing. Before adding new requirements, I ask that we carefully consider how this impacts housing supply and whether it moves us closer to or further from affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, audience. I appreciate you.
Bruce Judson, Kathy Absminer, Leah Burnett.
Is there Bruce Judson? Bruce Judson. All in, all done.
Okay, Cindy.
Okay. I am Cindy Absmeyer, and I'm a local property manager. And I just wanted to say that let me get to it. I respectfully encourage the council to focus on solutions that support housing supply, maintenance, and collaboration, rather than adding another layer of regulation. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Leah, Mike Moss and Janice Crooks.
Hi, dear City Council members and city staff. I'm here on behalf of SLO County Tobacco Control Coalition in strong support of a mandatory rental registry that links code enforcement data, includes a clear health and safety checklist for tenants, and makes certain data publicly available. A well-designed registry would benefit both tenants and property managers by clarifying current rental standards, increasing transparency, and supporting data-driven policy decisions here in our community. Our coalition reviewed more than 20 rental registry programs across California. We found that the city of Fresno includes a comprehensive health and safety standards checklist that could serve as a useful model for San Luis Obispo and support code enforcement efforts. We again encourage the city to pass a mandatory rental registry that links code enforcement data and includes a comprehensive health and safety checklist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Janice Crooks. I'm a realtor and a property manager owner in SLO. I appreciate that the staff has identified that there are ongoing costs to this program: software, staffing, data management, compliance, oversight, and enforcement. Those costs won't disappear and will increase over time. They will be either absorbed by the city or passed on to the housing providers and ultimately to the renters. Before moving forward with the rental registry, I urge the council to fully assess the long-term financial and staffing implications of the program. We all want safe housing. Let's make sure we understand the full cost of any new system before implementing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Moss, Helene Finger, Kathy Godfrey.
Is Mike Moss here? Okay. And feel free, when you're up there, you can move this mic up and down so we can hear you.
Echoing the original presentation, I want to stress, what problem are we trying to solve by creating a rental registry program? I'm passionate about promoting affordable housing in our city and making housing safer. I only heard 3 main reasons for the registry: code enforcement, capturing unlicensed rentals, and tracking current rentals. And I don't see how that is going to solve our problems. It's going to create a brand new program that's going to suck away resources from the things that need to happen. Code enforcement, we were told, can't be done in conjunction with the registry. It should be something we're doing already. So I really encourage that we lean into code enforcement and we look at expanding our stock, creating
this type of a program is going to have people not want to put their house in for renting. Thank you.
Thank you.
After our next speaker, it's Astra Keelan, Lisa Jouet, and Liam Bronk.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Kathy Godfrey, and I'm at 963 Broad Street in San Luis Obispo, simply a property owner. I would like to encourage no on moving forward with the rental registry. I think that Timmy Tway kept reemphasizing what is the goal here, and I think that's exactly the right question. Please stop this journey and focus on things which are more important to our community. Most importantly, you have access already to this data. Councilman Marks asked a great question. She said, how do we know who owns a property for disturbance issues? You know through assessor rolls and records. You also have data through the assessor's office. That data that you keep talking about is already out there. So it seems like it's overreach to try to go and create a new registry when you've already got the data. So Mayor Stewart and Council, you represent the people of SLO. Why is this in the best interest of the community? I just didn't hear it this evening. So where is the fire burning that has percolated this onto your agenda? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Liam. I went canvassing over the past couple weeks, and I've heard from some of my fellow members in the tenant housing union stories that they've heard from people in the apartments that they're living in, that, for instance, there's broken appliances that are letting off carbon monoxide, and their landlord is not taking care of that issue. And I think that we need to have much more accountability for the landlords here in this city. And I think it's absolutely absurd to put, human health below cost of the program. And obviously the program's going to scale up with the more things that you put into the rental registry. But I think we need to track code violations. I think that we should have the rental registry be mandatory. And I just think this is a basic first step in accountability.
Thank you.
After the next speaker, it'll be Sawyer Socket, Haley Townley, and Leslie Halls.
And feel free to line up right on behind.
Hello, greetings, City Council members and Mayor Stewart. My name is Lisa. I live in San Luis Obispo, and I've been a renter almost my whole life. So I had a couple questions. What do renters want? We want affordable rent, we want safe housing, and we want protection from retaliation. What do good landlords want? Rent payments, safe housing, and protection from retaliation. So it's kind of like aligned. So what do cities want? Cities want safety for the public. They want people to follow the laws. And I do believe that rental registries are a part of helping cities collect data in order to accomplish those things. Better safety, and facts. And facts help us make good decisions. It helps cities make good decisions. Without data, a lot of us make decisions based on bias or internet searches, or poor decisions are made without data. So we need accountability. It comes from knowing the actual numbers. That's like a foundational. That's why I really believe in a mandatory rental registry, and sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sawyer. I turned 30 this year, and I've lived in San Luis Obispo County for about 2/3 of that. Next year, I'm actually getting married here in Central California, and I love this area and this town, which is why I'm choosing to build my life here. I do feel compelled to come here and speak tonight because, as I understand it, there are forces that are within this city that would not see all of its inhabitants allowed to prosper. That instead of making this a city where all classes of people can find happiness and affordability, those forces would prefer to hide predatory behaviors and extract any penny they can from renters living here. The ask here isn't really that much, just a little transparency when it comes to the single most expensive aspect of anyone's life. Who benefits from a rental registry being stopped? The ones who don't want their practices being seen by the light of day. So the logical next question is, does the city of SLO want to attract people or landlords? To me, it makes much more sense that San Luis Obispo is seen as a great place to live and rent in, as opposed to a great city for landlords to set up shop in. As the presentation showed, approximately 8,200 of the 12,000 rentals are professionally managed properties. And if those units are professional, then they should have no problem with transparency unless their actual goal is to hide any exploitative practices from being seen by the city. I implore the City Council to approve this registry so that they can make informed decisions on housing going forward and make it mandatory so we can avoid any delaying of data for the city to act on. You can't effectively solve a problem you can't see, and this registry is going to hand us our glasses. Thank you very much for your time tonight, City Council.
Thank you, and congratulations on your wedding.
After this speaker, it'll be Angie Kaspernak, David Gray, and Brenda Mack.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Haley Townley. I'm a local real estate broker and property manager. I work every day with renters and with housing providers here in San Luis Obispo. We all want safe, stable housing. We agree on the goal. My request tonight is simple. Before creating a rental registry, please make sure there is clear, objective data showing it's necessary and that it will actually solve a defined problem. California already has strong tenant protections in place, including rent caps and just cause requirements. A large share of our rentals are professionally managed and operating within that framework. If there are specific bad actors, identify them. Use existing enforcement tools and address those issues directly. A citywide registry adds fees and administrative layers. Many local rentals are owned by small families who invested their savings into these homes. When costs and uncertainty rise, some leave the market. And when supply shrinks, rents rise. Please define the problem, measure the impact, evaluate the tools that we already have, and let's be sure we're solving a real issue with the right tool for our community. Thank you. We don't solve a housing shortage by making it harder to provide housing.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and the council. My name is David Gray, and I've been a real estate agent here in SLO for 30 years. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to the proposed rental registry. I care deeply about safe housing, strong neighborhoods, and long-term health of our housing market. I work regularly with renters, housing seekers, and providers. The registry is a redundant, expensive, and counterproductive tool that ultimately will hurt the very people it aims to protect, our local renters. First, we must address the math. Every new fee, every administrative requirement imposed on property owners is eventually passed down. It'll only push rents higher. Furthermore, new staff software to manage the database is a massive, reoccurring taxpayer, landlord expense for a system that simply duplicates other methods to collect housing data. Second, this registry will hurt mom and pop landlords who provide so much of our naturally occurring affordable housing. These aren't corporate conglomerates. They are our neighbors. By burying them in red tape, you're incentivizing them to sell or convert to short-term rentals. This reduces our long-term housing supply. Finally, there are privacy concerns regarding the centralized collection of our owner and tenant data. Instead of creating a new bureaucracy, I urge the council to focus on using other data gathering methods and other compliant-based enforcements of our existing codes. Let's not punish responsible owners and tenants who ultimately foot the bill. Please decide against the registry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Angie Kasperzak, and I want to preface my comments by saying that I am speaking solely as an individual and not as a representative from the Human Relations Commission. I'm here to advocate for the creation of a mandatory rental registry. I think it's important for the city of SLO to have a mandatory and comprehensive rental registry as a tool for compliance and for a historical record. I'm confident that anyone that has recently lived close to the poverty line or has close friends or family members that currently do so have heard countless stories of horrendous living conditions in the city of San Luis Obispo, bad landlords, and the lack of available affordable housing. I believe the only way to make an effective rental registry is to make it mandatory. I know that there are a lot of good landlords, and I am sure that they will be more than happy to comply with the registry, but it's the bad actors that we need to be watching out for. The slumlords, the ones taking advantage of young students with no experience, or the elderly that can't advocate for themselves by not following the existing laws and trying to get as much money for as little as possible out of their housing. These are the ones that the city should want to have information on to protect the most vulnerable in our population. Outreach and incentives will not make a voluntary registry the useful tool that the city needs. I understand that a majority of the people are driven by self-interest instead of altruism, fairness, or the collective good. And there will be many people here that will use any excuse to just try to dissuade you from moving this rental registry forward as a mandatory and comprehensive. I also believe that people who say that making the rental registry voluntary is the best way forward, but I don't think it's going to be true.
Thank you.
After the next speaker, after this speaker, the next one will be Brenda Mack, Patrick Kimball, Jerry Clemens, and Matthew Roberts. Oh, Brenda?
Brenda, come on up.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Brenda Mack, and I'm here before you to speak on the implementation of the mandatory rental registry. The city of San Luis has had a proud history of being the first in the county and sometimes the nation of implementing ordinances for the greater good of the community. While the mandatory rental registry would not be first in the nation, it would be first in the county, continuing San Luis's historic leadership. It should be made mandatory because sometimes people left to their own devices, unfortunately, do not act for the greater good of the community. As we are in a data-driven age, data influences nearly everything. This data is important for the implementation of community housing needs now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And y'all, please just give us this as a yes or this as a no. Thank you.
Sorry. Straighten this thing out here. Hello, council and mayor. My name is Patrick Kimball. I'm a contractor in this county and a lot in the city. When I first graduated from Cal Poly, I went and got a job with a local commercial builder. And I went into his office and he was like, kind of interviewed me. It was for a laborer position, so it wasn't, like management or anything like that. But I did have a finance degree. And he's like, well, we could probably use you. We usually start you out at $10 an hour, but since you have a degree, we'll give you 12. And, how's that sound? And I was like, okay, well, I didn't want to be in an office. So I was like, okay, that sounds pretty good. So I started working for him. I rented a dumpy little place in Morro Bay. We paid $725 a month. And my wife and I, we were able to save $800 a month. We scraped by, we scrounged, and ultimately just saved up enough for a nest egg and for a home, and we're able to buy a home, thankfully. And so I think the American dream is alive and well. I came in here just like thinking pretty strongly against this registry program, but now I'm kind of indifferent because if it gets implemented, it's just going to pass on the money. It's going to saddle the renter with the costs. It's just like everything. Like when they built the sewer in Los Osos, they added about $4,000 a month or a year to the your property tax assessment. And so right after it got built, like all the all the landlords are like, okay, well, now we got to pay for this thing, you know? So we have a state rent control. It's like 5% plus CPI. And right after it got implemented, what did everybody do? They just went boom, because they didn't want to be caught being too low. And so now they raise the max they can every year, you know? So I'm indifferent to this proposal. I don't think it's like fiscally responsible, but it's not really going to affect it's not going to get the effect that you want. And I do think that city staff building with community development, Ms. Tway, is doing better than most in this community approving new projects and just trying to push stuff through. And the city doesn't have a lot of latitude on what development takes place. It's state driven. So like you think you might have a way to impact it, in which maybe you do with your housing element to a certain extent. But the state is the one driving this, and they're pushing hard. And I mean, we'll talk to Ms. Tway. I mean, there's 4 units. I mean, you're pretty soon you're gonna have 10 units, 10 residences on a single family lot, and there's nothing you can do about it. And so I'm just wondering if this is the most effective use of your money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Matthew Roberts. I did send in a letter earlier about the options, just to add a little information associated with those. I think they could be fleshed out a lot better. But I would like to add a 4th option. And that option would be to hire, through an RFP, a real estate consultancy that does your data analysis. You're saying you don't have the staff to do that. I'm a realtor. I could do what you're looking for very easily with the tools that I have. It wouldn't take very long, especially with the data you've already got. So you could find somebody to gather the data you're looking for so that you can make informed decisions for pennies on the dollar of what you're talking about. So I think try to look at that option if you wouldn't mind. Based on the data that you provided in the report, my educated guess is that you could, just from some of the data points that you've got 8,200 units under management. You've got an estimate of 12 to 14,000 units, okay? That means you have 70% knowledge through property managers of all those units. You can gather this data really easily just by querying them, you know? So that leaves 45% or so, 70%, 30% left, right? Okay, so the math, it's 4,000 units. Those are all mom and pops. They're not LLCs. They're not the 1%ers. You know, those are people who are hardworking, middle-class people, worked all their life, spent all their savings to buy a house so that they could rent it, so that someone else has a roof over their head. This is a vital service to the community. We don't want to ruin that for them, right? This is people's retirement. I'm retired. It's my retirement funds, you know? So you start digging into those things, force people out of the market. Who comes in? Private equity firms, investors, LLCs, buy up those things. What do they care about? Profit. They don't care about tenants and whatnot. It's a business. It's all about profit. So just be careful what you know, make sure you know what the goal is. There's lots of ways to get to a goal. There's not only 3 options, many more options, okay? Option 1 was missing software that could have been used for it, you know? The software that's there could be implemented. Option 2, property managers, if you were to go with the option 2 of a voluntary one, you already have 70% covered, not 20%, right? So from 70 to 80, if you're just looking for information, it's not a precursor to a rent control ordinance, then that's the information you need to be able to do your housing element and those kind of things. So just think about those things, please.
Thank you.
After Jerry is Steve Barish, Barry Price, and Dave Baldwin.
I believe Steve Barish is gone. Is Steve Barish here? Okay.
It's at 5. There you go. Thank you. Hi, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Jerry Clemens, and I live in San Luis Obispo. I want to thank you for making renter protections a part of our major city goals and keeping safe and stable housing in the forefront when creating city policy. Oh, by the way, I need to say that I'm representing myself, not the Haslow Board. I appreciate the time and effort staff put into the rental registry report as well. It was quite comprehensive. I became involved with the SLO Tenants Union 2 years ago because I wanted to learn how to advocate for renters like myself and others so that we had health and safety protections such as hot and cold water, heat, no moldy walls that create sickness in people, to name a few. I didn't want to have a rent increase after I asked for a heater to be fixed, for example. Yes, I'm just giving an example. A few months down the line, a few months down the line, and then told this was a normal that time of year for a rent increase because I happened to ask for my heater to get fixed. This is an example that was given to me by somebody I know. Who could I complain to? So one tends to keep their mouth shut. For me, the rationale behind a mandatory rental registry is it allows a city to gather real-time information as to what kind of housing do we have, do we need, or what that we don't have. Once we have that information, that gives the city, builders, property owners, more information on the needs of our community regarding housing, rentals, single family, et cetera. This information would also put into perspective where to build or not build. We can find out which houses, their buildings are not being used to capacity or left vacant full-time, or short-term properties such as Airbnbs, which also contribute to home insecurities and possible homelessness. These are data points necessary for great city planning if we had a mandatory rental registry. Also with this data, it allows for possible increased green space, which we really need to consider with the climate crisis upon us. The less land we have to develop, it's healthier for our communities as well as biodiversity. There are many assets to a mandatory rental registry. Please support. This is about being supportive for all of our community, not just the business, but for renters. You know, this is also a class issue as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, council members and staff. I'm Barry Price with the Tenants Union. Thank you for all the time and effort that you've put into engaging with stakeholders and preparing for this study session. I also want to acknowledge Mayor Tyler Williamson of Monterey, who's here this evening, and we're looking forward to hearing him shortly. We all understand the need for more housing in San Luis Obispo, and we all agree that decreasing regulatory burdens will help us achieve that shared goal. If we want to increase housing supply responsibly, we need accurate baseline information. You can't plan housing growth in the dark. A rental registry is not anti-housing or anti-landlord. It is a prerequisite for serious pro-housing policy. Now, there are understandable concerns about the impacts of the program, especially on small operators. But what truly hurts small landlords is sweeping regulations born from uncertainty. Precision is protective. Without data, fear drives policy. With data, evidence drives policy. A well-designed and implemented rental registry will protect responsible landlords while enabling growth. Responsible governance requires complete and accurate information. A rental registry is not a control mechanism, it's housing infrastructure. It will provide critically important information for our housing element update. If implemented correctly, the registry will reduce uncertainty, not increase it, and create the political and planning foundation needed to grow our housing supply. Now, I want to note, this is the second study session the city has had on this topic in the past 4 months, and I know that staff has worked very hard and devoted considerable time to meeting with stakeholders. So now is the time to take action. I encourage you to move forward without delay by implementing option 3 presented by staff during the current 2025 to 2027 planning cycle. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Dave Baldwin will be Steve Ferrario, Carrie Howell, and Tim Townley.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Dave Baldwin. I'd like to begin by expressing great disappointment in the process for such an important discussion item. Private property rights, I believe a postcard or email from the city to all rental property business license holders is not unreasonable. The only reason I know about this meeting is due to a local realtor who provides a monthly newsletter. With that said, I fully agree that rental properties must be safe for tenants. However, I'm very concerned about the proposed approach. First, the proposed registry creates a lot of questions. What is its purpose? How does it benefit rental property owners or renters? Personally, I don't see any tangible benefits for landlords or tenants. It won't improve rental safety, it won't stabilize rents, and it won't impact evictions. But it does create a bureaucracy that increases rental costs, invades privacy, reduces private property rights, and creates significant disincentives to maintain or expand the rental supply. Also, recently the state gave Californians the right to remove their private, confidential, personal information from databases. The City Council, by creating a new database of private, non-public information, appears to be counter to California's push to protect privacy. As a property owner, based on your staff report findings to date, I respectfully oppose the proposed rental registry, and I expect other property owners feel the same way. Second, out of the renter protections listed at the previous study session, 3 ideas are worthy of further consideration, offering potential benefits. 1, smoke-free multifamily housing. 2, renter and landlord education. And 3, a safe housing checklist. Mediation also has merit. I currently include the slow noise ordinance and Are You a Good Neighbor brochure in my rental agreements. Third, landlords don't like vacancy at all. So my question to the City Council is this: how many evictions were there last year for something other than not paying rent? Is there really an eviction epidemic? And finally, housing is created when we allow people to build it and control it. Cal Poly is doing their part by adding thousands of rental units. Is the city of San Luis Obispo making it easier and less costly for builders to construct new housing units in town? Focus streamlining permitting, offer incentives for new builds, and tackle barriers to inventory growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got this thing right. Okay, Mayor Stewart and City Council. My name is Steve Ferrario, and I've been a realtor in our community for more than 37 years. And today my message is simple. I oppose the creation of a rental registry. I care deeply about safe housing, strong neighborhoods, and the long-term health of San Luis Obispo's housing market. Every day I work with clients, investors, and tenants. I appreciate the city taking time to study this issue before considering any formal program. As you consider a rental registry, I respectfully ask the council to pause and ensure there is clear and objective data demonstrating that a new program is truly necessary and that if implemented, would solve a defined problem. I've yet to be able to see a problem in the staff report recognized. I understand there is strong advocacy and pressure around renter issues, and those voices deserve to be heard. At the same time, new regulations should be grounded in clear evidence and a demonstrated need. California already has strong statewide tenant protections in place. State law limits annual rent increases for most rental housing and includes just cause eviction requirements, creating a comprehensive framework that applies across our community. It's also important to note that the rental registries are relatively uncommon in California. California is comprised of 483 cities and towns. 35 cities have adopted rental registries. 31 of those cities have already implemented rent control or formal inspection programs. We have past experience with a formal rental inspection program, and we know how far that went. This suggests registries are typically implemented as part of a broader regulatory framework and a first step to rent control. Before moving forward, I urge the city to clearly identify the specific problems a registry is intended to solve and how success would be measured. Please also be transparent if this rental registry is intended to be the framework towards our city being governed by rent control. Evaluate whether existing enforcement tools, such as the city business license program, which could simply and cost-effectively be upgraded to accomplish everything the registry is aiming to do, and in the process, not add another regulatory layer and save hundreds of thousands in additional costs, which will be levied on property owners who will simply pass those costs on to their tenants. I know I will. We all share the goal of safe and stable housing. Please take a careful and balanced approach as you consider adopting a program that is not needed while being aware of the unintended consequences in doing so. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you.
Hi there. Hey, folks. I'm Carrie Howell, and I am participating tonight as a private community member here in the city of San Luis Obispo. I've been a renter for the past 8 years in San Luis Obispo, and for the past 7 years, my property manager, so I'm one of the 8,000 homes referenced here, has raised my rent by the maximum amount every single year for 7 years. So for 7 years, I have to make the decision every single year, do we choose stability? Do we choose community? Do we choose my children's school, their neighbors, the village that we have built and been promised in community vitality? I have to make those tough decisions. And so I currently pay $1,400 more each month in raised rent fees alone. And this pattern has not decreased. And I don't think my property managers do that, which I hope they're not here today. It's very possible they are. I don't think the property managers do it because they're bad. I don't think they're bad landlords. I don't think they're malicious. I don't think we're bad tenants. I think property managers and landlords do it because they can. For too long, we have relied on the kindness of landlords to fill the gaps in our housing policies. We cannot continue to do this. For this reason, I respectfully caution against a voluntary program. I respectfully caution against a public education campaign where we continue to ask tenants to be both victims and police. And I would caution us to listen to the landlords and realtors here today who have shared explicitly that they would pass these fees on to their tenants. They have been upfront, and I would be cautious of the manipulative language of the framing that the registry would lead to increased rents, that this increased regulation leads to increased rents. People who increase the rent make a conscious decision to do that, and they do that because they can. They have shared slide 4 of the presentation, said landlords would withdraw property, said landlords would put the fee on the tenants. Every single person has shared that. They would today. And I welcome every member of the public watching and those on the dais. Welcome to the life of the renter, where advocacy actively risks retaliation. They have shared that this is their goal. I wanted to address briefly what has come up, which is labor. The labor of the city, of the staff, and the word heavy lift that I heard several times. There is no heavier lift than the stability I risk in speaking here tonight. I'm privileged to go last. Oh, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
After Tim is Julia Albert, Steve Del Martini, and then Donna Hare Price.
Hi there. Thanks you guys for your service to the city, and staff did a great job getting this together. I'm Tim Townley. I'm the San Luis Obispo Association of Realtors president. We're celebrating our 100th year this year and serving the community, helping people buy houses. You might wonder why we got purple tonight. Realtors come in all shapes and sizes. We have people on the left, people on the right, they're red, they're blue. We come together with purple. Right? We are here to advocate for safe housing and to protect property rights. Professionally managed properties have several steps that enhance safety and livability. I don't know whether you guys are familiar, but everything that we do, I'm a property manager as well, every tenant, before they move in, has a move-in inspection sheet that they check all those things off that you're talking about, checklist, right? We take pictures of the place when they move in. When they move out, before they move out, we give them a sheet that says, hey, is there anything that you need to fix before you move out? They look at that. Then we do a move out inspection with them, take pictures again of the property. And if there were some issues, we take a third set of pictures to make sure that everything's done right, so they see if we take some of their deposit to do that. In fact, Cal Poly's study found that over 85% of the kids liked or had no opinion of their property manager. They didn't dislike them. So we're looking at a pretty small amount of people that are problems. I think the best way to do this is maybe utilize the SLO app, the Ask SLO app, and have people tell you who the bad actors are, and then let's go out and get those bad actors. Let's not build something that is on the backs of people who are doing the job of making really good housing for people. Shoot, I rented a house in San Luis Obispo probably for 10 years before I scraped my money together and bought my first condo. I think maybe what we do is put together a mediation system that could actually help tenants and property owners find an outcome that's satisfactory to both. We all want safe living conditions, especially realtors. The reason that we take care of renters is renters eventually become homeowners. And if we do a good job taking care of them, then we can do a good job taking care of them when they buy a house. We're in this for the goodness of our community for sure. And I super appreciate you guys giving us a seat at the table early on in this discussion so that we can make a good decision. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. My name is Julia Albert. I'm a local resident, a former renter in SLO, and I am the chair of the local Tobacco Control Coalition. Our coalition has previously shared survey data with you, highlighting health and safety concerns in rental housing. And while we feel those surveys were helpful in providing data, they were one-time data and anecdotal reports that really don't provide an effective, comprehensive view of what's happening. We strongly support the adoption of a mandatory rental registry that includes publicly available aggregated data and links to code enforcement information and has a clear health and safety checklist. A checklist could serve as a tool to promote safe and healthy housing. A well-designed registry would improve transparency, help identify patterns and gaps, and allow the city to make informed, data-driven decisions that protect both renters and property managers. We want to be clear, a volunteer registry would not solve the problem. Voluntary participation would likely result in incomplete data, leaving us in the same position we are now, without a full understanding of what the rental market looks like or what the housing conditions are across our community. If the goal is accountability, transparency, and informed policymaking, participation must be required. Our coalition is committed to protecting residents' rights to safe and smoke-free living environment, but meaningful action requires comprehensive data. A mandatory registry is a foundational step towards ensuring safe and healthy housing for everyone. We respectfully urge you to vote in favor of making the rental registry mandatory. And since I have some time, I want to follow up that our coalition would love for you to follow up on the smoke-free multi-unit ordinance that was brought up. We believe this would protect both renters and the property managers from damage. And it could also be linked to code enforcement data to a rental registry. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Donna is Jen Fields, Weston Patrick, Rachel Whalen.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Donna Hare Price with the SLO Tenants Union. First, I want to thank the renters for speaking and risking the retaliation of the landlords. I'm going to talk tonight about how a rental registry advances our city's goal and creates belonging. One of SLO's City Major's goal is to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion, to create a more welcoming, safe, and inclusive community by embedding equity into all city policies, services, and organizational culture. Adopting this major city goal reflected your belief and knowledge that belonging is created through deliberate actions and programs that benefit the collective good rather than the economic interests of a few. I know protecting our neighbors is both timely and utmost priority for you all. Rental registries create belonging by establishing a transparent, safe, and stable housing environment that connects tenants, property owners, and local government. By centralizing ownership data, rental registries foster trust, ensure habitability, and enable direct communication during crises, making residents feel valued and secure. If we require landlords to report rent increases or evictions, that allows oversight that prevents harassment or illegal displacement. The city can create an effective protections based on identified needs for our most vulnerable and targeted neighbors. Protection communicates belonging. Advancing a software-based mandatory rental registry is a direct action you can start tonight, signaling that we hear, see, and value the over 60% of our voters and residents who are tenants. You can use the rental registry precise data to better drive our housing element and inform where we build our multifamily units, meeting the needs of our community. A rental registry embodies our major city goal of safe, healthy, and affordable housing, and our commitment to diversity, inclusion, and equity for all our current and forthcoming residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, SLO City Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Jen Fields, and I'm speaking solely as a renter in SLO and not in my role as a Human Relations Commissioner. I appreciate the outreach and thorough research into rental registries and how they can be implemented in SLO by city staff. Health and safety issues, along with general rent instability, will be worsened by the climate crisis. It is always people already living paycheck to paycheck that are most vulnerable to climate disasters. Safe, affordable, and reliable housing is one way the city can proactively address this disproportionate impact of climate change. Luckily, in SLO County, we are predicted to have relatively mild climate change impacts compared to other locations, and this offers us a really great opportunity and responsibility to be a welcoming and safe place for our immigrant neighbors, current and future. Migration is a human right, and it's at the core of humanity since we've existed on this planet. We need to think about our climate future, and safe and affordable housing is key, and our rental registry is our tool. We need stronger protections for renters to meet multiple of our city goals, and a rental registry is that crucial first data step to do this. We cannot meet our climate goals without housing justice. We cannot meet our homelessness response goals without housing justice. We cannot meet our diversity, equity, and inclusion goals without housing justice, and we certainly can't reach our housing and neighborhood livability goals without housing justice. The city climate action plan also makes it clear that reducing building emissions and improving energy efficiency are necessary, but we cannot effectively reduce these emissions from residential buildings when we don't understand our rental housing stock. I'm urging the city council and staff to continue to look into establishing a comprehensive and mandatory rental registry and requiring a health and safety checklist as part of the rental registry to promote health and safety standards. Just like the climate crisis, we can't study our way out of this. We need actionable policy and set timelines associated to protect majority of our city residents. Majority of our city are renters, not real estate agents or landlords, despite the public comment tonight. Please ensure that this study session will lead to meaningful action within the next 2 years and work towards filling the gaping hole in rental protections within the city of San Luis Obispo. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Weston Patrick. I serve as the Secretary of Community Relations for Cal Poly Associated Students Incorporated. I'm here tonight to inform you about a resolution currently before the ASI Board of Directors that urges the City Council to establish a rental registry program to better address student renter concerns. This resolution was authored by myself as well as Andrew Angulo, the Chair of the ASI External Affairs Committee. This resolution has cleared our administrative review process and has been approved by the ASI Internal Review Committee and will now go before the ASI Board of Directors, who serve as the official voice of the more than 23,000 Cal Poly students. I will note here that the population of San Luis Obispo is around 47,000. While you were all emailed a draft copy of this resolution, I wanted to highlight some excerpts that I feel are particularly relevant to this study session. Firstly, according to the 2020 U.S. Census, 62% of housing units in the city of San Luis Obispo are rental units, and approximately 13,930 Cal Poly students live off campus, representing 61% of the student body. Additionally, Cal Poly students consistently raise rising rental prices, difficulty finding houses, inflexible lease terms, intentionally rushed application processes as chief concerns in the rental market. Further, despite the value and necessity of the information that would be held in a rental registry, Cal Poly entities such as the University Housing, ASI, and the Off-Campus Housing Program rely on sparse, incomplete, internal and shared survey data to inform policies and advocacy. This leads to the existence of multiple data disagreements that ultimately affect the pursued goals of these entities. In the city's case, rental, lease, and landlord data exists in the form of the business license database managed by the city's finance department, which holds limited information about rental units, notably not including rental addresses under a license, rental amount, and importantly, whether or not there are student occupants in the unit. All this data could be featured in a rental registry. Should this resolution pass, it would constitute an official statement made on behalf of all Cal Poly students and would urge the city to establish a rental registry program and urge that such a program make a deliberate effort to not only identify student housing, but track areas of a discrepancy for students living in San Luis Obispo, including but not limited to lease terms, rental increases, and substandard housing issues. This resolution would conclude that a problem that cannot be diagnosed cannot be addressed. And with an ever-changing housing landscape in San Luis Obispo and with rising rents, especially for students, a rental registry is the essential first step for comprehensive action both at the university and city level to address real student renter issues. I'm grateful to live and go to school in a community with such an engaged and driven city council. I look forward to continuing to work with each of you to share the Cal Poly student perspective and make life better for all renters in San Luis Obispo. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
After Rachel will be Jonathan Ayala, Graham Updegrove, and Alan Hutkin.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. I'm Rachel Whalen, and I'm speaking on behalf of the SLO Chamber of Commerce. We want to begin by acknowledging something we believe is important, that we share the city's commitment to ensuring that every resident of San Luis Obispo, including those who rent, have access to safe, healthy housing and understand their rights as tenants and landlords. That common ground matters, as it reflects the spirit of partnership we value in our relationship with this council. That said, the Chamber's Board of Directors encourages the city not to move forward with developing a rental registry program at this time. We want to be transparent about why we've reached that position. First, the financial concern is significant. Implementing a rental registry program is estimated to cost several $100,000. Those costs don't disappear, and they will likely be passed on to tenants to bear the consequence. In a city where housing affordability is already a pressing challenge, we are cautious about any policy that may inadvertently make renting more expensive for the very people we are trying to protect. Second, the value proposition of a registry remains unclear. We have not yet seen evidence that a registry program would meaningfully improve housing conditions beyond what thoughtful enforcement of existing tools could achieve. Before the city invests substantially in a new administrative infrastructure, we believe it's important to demonstrate a clear and measurable benefit to residents. The Chamber does support expanded education around the business license process so that all rental property owners understand their obligations and participate appropriately. As we approach the upcoming update to our housing element, we strongly encourage the city to use that process as an opportunity to conduct a holistic, comprehensive assessment of housing, one that examines rental conditions, the feasibility of a registry, and the state of our multifamily housing stock together. That integrated kind of approach will produce better outcomes than addressing these issues in isolation. The Chamber remains a committed partner to the city in pursuing policies that grow our housing supply, protect residents, and keep SLO a place where people can afford to live and thrive. We simply ask that new programs be grounded in demonstrated need, proportionate cost, clear benefit to our community, and considered in the broader context of our housing crisis and other significant priorities, such as paying down the city's unfunded pension liability. Thank you for your consideration and for the work you do on behalf of our residents.
Thank you.
Buenas. My name is Jonathan Ayala, and my husband and I are non-student renters and voters here in the city of SLO. We know that the racial disparities in home ownership rates in the state of California means that Black and Latino people are much more likely to be renters. This means there is a racial justice dimension inherent to housing justice programs. Renter protections are just one component of housing justice, and a rental registry is an important tool that the council can utilize to decide how we can best serve our most vulnerable neighbors. I commend the city for taking the issue of a rental registry and tenants protection so seriously, and I want to echo what my friends in the SLO Tenants Union have already shared. We strongly support this council move forward with implementing a mandatory rental registry in a timely process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
After Alan is Garrett Philbin, Tyler Williamson, and Hodges.
I'm Graham Upty Grove. A lot to unpack here. I support safe and stable housing for all residents, whether renter or owner. I encourage staff and council to continue pursuing streamlined permitting and planning processes that allow more housing to be built across the board that should kind of relieve some of this pent-up supply constraint. That being said, as far as a rental registry, I'm challenged to find the benefit that a rental registry addresses. It doesn't, when I think of safe housing, I think of, mold and broken windows and rodent infestation. This doesn't address any of that. It doesn't address rent. It's just data collection. I heard that across the board. All of you want the data. I do think there is an opportunity, or maybe even a missed opportunity, to capture a lot of this data at a much lower cost without the unknowns. A previous commenter talked about, commercial appraisers have a lot of this data. It is already verified. CoStar is a paid subscription service that has a lot of this data and analytics. Now, you may not capture everything, and it may be a point-in-time study, but you spend a fraction of what you're looking at spending here, and you still can kind of aggregate that across the city. For the amount of money we're talking about, I would rather see those funds spent toward some type of mediation service or legal services that helps provide tenants the empowerment to understand what they're dealing with. I would rather see some of those funds spent toward educational flyers, and that needs to go out annually, probably 2 to 3 times a year. It needs to go to tenants and it needs to go to landlords. And that needs to talk about what are the basic health and safety standards that, tenants can expect, and some owners may not know there's an issue. And I'd rather see those funds spent on bolstered code enforcement. I think there were 100 code enforcement cases on safe housing over the last 2 years. That's roughly 50 a year. I'm sure there's probably more out there. How can we create a better process for code enforcement to deal with the unsafe housing conditions in the city? Rental registry, I think, is maybe putting the cart before the horse when we don't have policy of how we're going to utilize this data. I encourage you to continue discussion and maybe explore alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you read the names again?
Alan Hutkin, Garrett Philbin, Tyler Williamson, and Ann Hodges.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Hutkin. I'm a rental property owner here in San Luis Obispo. I'm also an attorney whose firm represents property managers and owners of thousands of rental units across this county. Before you assume I'm here to protect landlord interests, consider this, that I prosecuted this city's first slumlord case back in the 1990s based on a referral from Rob Bryn. And I also most recently served as lead plaintiff's counsel on the slumlord case in Paso Robles, the Grandview case, which we settled for over $4 million. So I care deeply about safe, affordable housing, and that is precisely why I'm here urging this council to pause tonight. This council, at least I've heard 3 different goals, which is safe housing, providing housing, and making it affordable. And this registry does none of those. This market is already responding to make more affordable housing. Cal Poly is adding 3,500 to 4,000 additional beds on campus. The city has permitted thousands of units under the current housing unit or housing element cycle with 474 additional below market rates units. The people self-housing, blowing the name, thank you, has instituted a lot of new housing. We've got Haslo's building a bunch of affordable units. So the city council should consider what the absorption of these additional housing units are going to provide. We've also got the California Tenant Protection Act, which is actually discouraging a lot of my owners and property managers from remaining into this business because it's so difficult to be a landlord these days. So if we're going to layer our additional issues on top of our regulations on top of what's already there, it's going to discourage people from providing housing. And I will add additional point. I know the mayor, you brought up the issue about whether this stuff is discoverable, and it is actually. If something goes to court and somebody makes a public records request, yes, the city can say it's confidential, but if it gets challenged in court, there's been court decisions where this information is disclosed, and then you add that on top of it to the fact of there's obviously data breaches we read about all the time. So I think these are legitimate concerns that should be considered. And then I think the city has brought up, or the report brought up a number of issues regarding what would be omitted, what would be dropped if we went forward with this. And I think a lot of those address affordable housing that the city should consider and decide, is that more valuable than having a registry, which does not address any of the three goals that you've talked about. It doesn't make safe housing, it doesn't encourage affordable housing, and it doesn't encourage landlords to provide more housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Mayor and City Council, I'm torn. Had a speech, and my parents are landlords. A lot of my good friends are landlords, and I hear some things from landlords tonight that are things that I can nod my head with, but there are also some things that are said that feel kind of disingenuous in that element of fear that I think Carrie was talking about. So I just want to address a couple of those. It's been talked about passing along costs to tenants as this big, scary thing. Standalone rental registries are $25 to $50 per unit per year. Taking that $3,700 a month average rent in SLO, we're talking, okay, so that's $2 to $3 a month. It's less than a cup of coffee. And also that's 1/1000th, if we want to put it into numbers, of their monthly rental income. So it's kind of like putting a beware of dog sign on on somebody's fence, and then you open the door and it's like this little cute chihuahua. It's like meant to scare and intimidate, but the real numbers, it's not big. Thinking of the previous speaker mentioned that the TPA applies, that we have those protections, but they don't apply to single family housing. And so that is what a majority of the units in SLO are. And so that just does not apply to the majority of the renters here in SLO. Another speaker mentioned that they don't want empty units. And so you would think that they don't want to evict, but in places that have passed tenant protections against evictions, they have seen tenant representation go from 2% up to sometimes 25% in New York City, for example, and then the eviction rates dropped by 50%. And what I believe it was Carrie said, that her rent had been raised up to $1,200, I think it was, over 7 years, 14. My mom has a rental unit that she rents out, her and my dad, below market, and every time it came up for a new tenant to come in, they had some property managers come and look at it and say, you should be charging more. Why aren't you charging more? And my mom came to me and was like, I feel stupid. And it's really challenging to have something that's a basic human right be looked at as something as just a way to make more money. And I understand you have to cover costs. I get it. Housing, like fire insurance is going up, cost of labor, but $1,400 extra a month, that's absurd. And I think to rely on some of the landlord arguments that say we are going to take tenants' best interests in mind, not all of them. I agree with Graham on the element of doing some mediation and getting support, but I think we have to question some of the speakers' genuineness in what they are saying and how good their hearts are.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. My name is Tyler Williamson, and I serve as the mayor of Monterey. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience as you consider a rental registry in San Luis Obispo. I want to focus first on the most important question, the why. In Monterey, roughly 66% of our residents are renters, yet prior to our registry, we did not have a complete, reliable picture of our local rental market. We were making policy decisions without comprehensive local data. A rental registry at its core is about information. It is about understanding your housing stock so you can govern responsibly. Some have asked, isn't the data already available? The answer is no, not fully. Platforms like Zillow or Rent Cafe mainly capture units that are advertised online. Many small mom and pop units, landlords never list their units publicly. Without a registry, those units simply don't show up in the data. If you're serious about informed policymaking, partial data is not enough. In our first year, we did require general fund support to launch the program. By year 2, ongoing costs were aligned with program revenues. Our annual fee is $50 per unit, about $4.17 per month. When people argue that this will be meaningfully drive rent increases, that's simply not consistent with the rent fluctuations we see in the rent market. There were concerns about publishing rent information, that neighbors might compare rates and create conflict. We heard that as well. Since implementation nearly 3 years ago, we have seen those concerns not materialize. There were also fears that a registry was a step toward rent control. After 2 years, our council has not broached that conversation. In fact, staff's early comparable data analysis suggests rent decreased compared to our first year. One issue we are still working through, and I share this candidly, is data consistency. Some of our data sets are unit-based, others are property-based. When one property has multiple units, that can create mismatches. If you move forward, be intentional from the beginning about how your data is set as aligned. We initially exempted landlords with 3 or fewer units. In year 2, we require them to participate for completeness, but we did not require them to pay the fee. The balance allowed us to gather comprehensive data while being mindful of small operators. It's also worth noting that before the registry, Monterey also required landlords with 10 or more units to pay a business license fee. When we reviewed compliance, we discovered that about 50% weren't paying due to a lack of enforcement. We hired a code enforcement staff member to address that gap, and that position paid for itself. That experience reinforced something important. Sometimes better systems and better data simply improve accountability. A registry is, I will end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, you've stayed so long. Can you just stay in case we have any other questions as we get into the deliberation conversation? Thank you so much.
After Ann Hodges, our final 4 speakers are Tyler Corey, Jocelyn Brennan, McGregor Lang, and Marcus Hicks.
Hi, I'm Ann Hodges. My problem is I don't know the problem you're trying to solve. I've dealt with registries in City of LA, and it doesn't ask for tenants' names, phone numbers. All it asks for is the type of the property. It asks whether the landlord pays the gas, water, and electric and parking. So registries are kind of like out there. What are you trying to solve? And will your registry do that? Do you still have the information, do you have the information in-house? Can you spend that money better elsewhere? You have parks that need help. You have landlord-tenant, a landlord-tenant court or something would go a great ways. My daughter works at Poly, and her students are totally ignorant of what their rights are because nobody has taught them. And their parents are probably homeowners. They get thrown into an apartment and they don't know what their rights are. $150,000 instead of buying software to educating our citizens would go much farther on getting problems taken care of. And this isn't just, you have your 150, you said 150 to 300,000 for the software, plus 3 positions. Are you getting any bang for your buck? You talk about tracking evictions. What does that have to do with property conditions? Are you persecuting a tenant or are you persecuting a landlord? You got to narrow your vision. What's the problem you're trying to solve? Are you trying to produce a housing element? That's one thing. You don't need tenant names for that. But if you're trying to do rent control or database for better, easier housing, those might have different criteria. And that's, I think you're just boom, 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 and people in the audience are boom, 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 because they think they're getting rent control or better landlord relations, landlord-tenant relations, or maybe they're going to be taxed more. They don't know. And I think the council needs to say, our focus is this, and this is what we're trying to accomplish, and maybe it's not. You sound like you've gone down a rabbit hole on on registry, and you've lost all vision that you had. I'm out.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Tyler? If you press the button with the little person on it, thank you so much.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of council, staff, and members of the community, and welcome to a city council meeting where we are exclusively talking about a rental registry as set forth by the city's financial plan and major goals. I am a resident of the city of San Luis Obispo. I'm a recent graduate from Cal Poly, and I do other things in this community, but tonight I'm here solely as an individual and not as part of any other role that I may hold. I would like to do a few things in my brief time with you. I am going to try and recontextualize this conversation. We've heard an opposition that is framing this conversation in what I would consider a neoliberal, deregulatory way. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the status quo and the reality on the ground and why this was incorporated into your major city goals. I'm going to briefly touch on my MPP thesis as it intersects with our conversation here this evening, and give a little look ahead into a future where together, with all of us in this room and more people as well, we're going to build a safer, healthier, and more affordable community. First and foremost, we are here because there have been people coming to you for many years, even before my time in this community, demanding that something be done about these rents that are completely out of control and conditions that are uninhabitable, unsafe, and insecure. We are here because human beings, people who are not driven by profit motive, have come before you time and again, whether during these council meetings like this one, out in the public, via social media, through all channels and through all annals of history. We are also here because this is something that was brought before you all to be considered as part of the major city goal process, as I mentioned before. My own graduate research was constrained in which I studied 35 LA County cities and their renter protection regimes. It was constrained by the fact that there is a gap in the data that a registry like this would fulfill. I found that variation in implementation and enforcement, not just policy text on paper, is what separates effective tenant protections regimes from ineffective ones. Finally, our way forward. We are not going to get out of this crisis merely by establishing a rental registry. Doing some of the things like were mentioned before, including establishing smoking-free multifamily housing policy, among many other things, are going to be paramount to the future of our community, as well as building more truly affordable multifamily housing. The tenants union will not be going away after this meeting. We will come back and we will be demanding things just like that again and again with our allies and with other people in the community. Yes, we are going to come back and ask for more housing to be built as well. So you can look forward to that. Thank you for your time. Again, we will be back.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is McGregor Lang, and I'm speaking on behalf of Laura Albers, Executive Director, SLO Climate Coalition, and renter and resident of San Luis Obispo. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I had planned to attend tonight's council meeting, but am unable to now. I'm writing in support of developing a rental registry and rental inventory system, although I know that the time to have comments added is past. The city's climate action plan makes it clear that reducing building emissions and improving energy efficiency are essential to meeting our community's climate goals. But we cannot effectively reduce emissions from residential buildings if we don't understand our rental housing stock, who is living in it, what condition it's in, and where energy burdens are highest. Housing justice and climate justice are inseparable. Renters often have the least control over the efficiency, electrification, and resiliency of their homes that they live in. Yet they pay the utility bills and experience the impacts of poor insulation, aging appliances, and rising costs. For SLO Climate Coalition, a rental registry would allow us to better target our home energy advising program so that public resources reach renters and property owners who need support to lower use and utility bills. Good climate policy requires good data. And speaking personally, I rent a 500 square foot studio in this city, and I can barely afford it. I am well educated, employed full-time, professionally connected, white, and I carry many additional privileges. If housing feels financially precarious for someone like me, it is far more fragile for many others. A rental registry is about transparency, informed policy, and aligning our housing systems with our climate commitments. SLO Climate Coalition stands ready to partner with the city landlords and tenants to ensure this tool strengthens both housing stability and climate resilience for our community. Laura Albers, Executive Director, SLO Climate Coalition, renter and resident of San Luis Obispo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final two speakers are Jocelyn Brennan and Marcus Hicks.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. I know it's getting late. Thank you for your patience. I'm Jocelyn Brennan. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the San Luis Coastal Association of Realtors, as well as the Pismo Coast Association of Realtors. And I mention both those associations because they all do business in San Luis Obispo. And I just want to recognize many of them were here tonight in purple in our, looks like Mardi Gras necklaces, but that's not exactly what they are for. And they've been villainized a little bit tonight, so I just want to say that they've made a career out of putting people in homes, and they are industry professionals that their passion is to work with people seeking housing. And they do that every day with renters, with people who own rental properties, managing those rentals, managing complaints, and eventually trying to help people into home ownership. So I just want to acknowledge that they are here because they care. We all share the same goal of safe, well-maintained housing. Realtors support that effort. We support smoke-free multifamily. We support mediation. We support practical solutions that help tenants and properties owners resolve issues. We do a lot of education. Our California State Association does a lot of education, and we're happy to help do that here in San Luis Obispo. I want to say a big thank you to David and the rest of the staff who met with us many times and met with the property owners as well. The real estate industry had over 20 meetings with tenants, with property managers, with home seekers, and with our colleagues. And these conversations were very valuable. We learned a lot, and I'll go into that in a moment. But after all those meetings and truly listening and sitting here for quite a bit tonight, we're still wondering why a rental registry. And I think that we're all having a hard time identifying what the motivation is and what specific problem that we are solving for. Because the real estate industry wants to help be part of a solution in an effective way, but we cannot do that unless we have it defined. So through these conversations, we've learned something important. Of the roughly 8,000 professionally managed units, we spoke with all of those larger property management companies, and we did not include the nonprofits. I know that was asked earlier. And that did not include the smaller mom and pops. These are the larger professionally managed companies. Some of them ask their owners to get, they all ask their owners to get a business license. Some of them require them to get a business license. And so that's a big difference. So you have a lot of those 8,000 units that do not have a business license, and we could help you work on that. If the objective is data collection, there are much lower cost ways. I work in housing every day, and there are several tools that I use, and I can just about get any question I want answered. And you can go into the county tax rolls. You can download an Excel file with all the non-owner occupied units in the city and notify them of getting a business license. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least. Here, press the button. Thank you. There you go.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. Thank you to the community for coming out. I appreciate hearing everyone's perspective on this issue. I'm here as a member of the community who's grown up here. A lot of people have asked, why is this rental registry being considered? What benefit would it achieve? I think many of the speakers have enlightened some of the issues that many tenants and individuals are facing, and I believe there's a real issue of a lack of information, a lack of data that we would like to see collected. If that could be done in partnership as a part of a mandatory rental registry, I would like to advocate for that. I would like to say also that the current system is broken. It's clear that many people are being left behind. Tenants fear retaliation. There's been a lot of talk about reporting, but a lot of people don't feel comfortable coming to council or to the official channels to make their stories known. Wages, as we know, do not increase 5% each year. Many people here are living paycheck to paycheck and have a real difficulty with cost of living. There was someone that mentioned indifference from Cal Poly students, as we can see by the individual that came representing the student body. There is clear concern from the student body and our students and universities members about the cost of living from those students. Currently, as it stands, I believe we're kind of flying blind in some ways. It's like we're on a plane, but we don't have all of our instruments up. So I would like to encourage the City Council to adopt this mandatory rental registry in order to gather more information. As we've heard from the Mayor of Morro Bay, it has not led in 2 years to rent control. It has not led to that. It has also paid for itself or been sustainable in the way that he was talking about the financing. So it's clear that there's a model there that is working, and it's possible for that to work in San Luis Obispo as well. I would like to thank the property owners, property managers, and small operators for being here and presenting their perspective. I think this is a great opportunity to invite them in and have more conversation amongst everyone to come to a good resolution on this issue. I understand some of the concerns. However, I believe hopefully we have addressed some of those tonight. I think we need to ask ourselves, do we see housing as an investment or do we see it as a need for people, right? It's at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Everyone here needs a roof over their heads. It's very much in line with the city's goals on housing, on homelessness, and also the city's goal on housing. That's why I would urge you to quickly pass a mandatory rental registry. Every month that we wait, more people are being pushed out of the area. I have a friend who unfortunately is having to move to Seattle. He lost his job in tech due to AI, and he wasn't able to stay. He was dealt with a lot of issues with his housing. So I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I first just want to say thank you to everyone who spoke today. I also want to say thank you to the hundreds of people who have written us emails, social media messages, texts, stopped us and talked to us everywhere in the community. And I truly mean that. This is part of our job, our role, and it's why we've taken this job, is we want to help our community be able to have a voice, no matter what position you're in, what level of power or leadership you have or you don't. We want you to be able to share your input. So thank you for that. There are so many things that were said today that I think we may have some answers for, but I think that's a lot of it is also kind of why we're here today. Today we are here, I know I said it in the beginning, but I will remind us all, it's a study session. So one of the most awkward parts about a public meeting like this is it's not like a conversation you have over the dinner table or over the coffee table or adult beverage table, it's not where we get to have that easy conversation back and forth. And so some of the whys and hows that have been said before, today you're kind of coming in on page 83 and maybe feeling a little bit like, where is this coming from? So one of the things is this is a very long conversation we've been having about how do we help our community live, like literally have a place to live within their means financially. And that means expanding the ladder of housing that is here. That is the very low, to the middle, to the workforce, to and beyond. So the other parts of this has been conversations around, yes, code enforcement, but even before you get to that code enforcement case, the safe and healthy housing that we do and do not have. We also were talking about the fact that we don't have the data, and one of the reasons we wanted to have this rental registry conversation is that the data, just add a few more questions, unfortunately isn't as easy as we wished. And so we wanted to be able to kind of share what we can do and what we still have questions about. So I thank many people for providing solutions of other options that we might include in this conversation. So I just wanted to kind of start with that. I wanted to ask staff if they have any updates to anything they heard from the public comments of over 96 minutes. I'm seeing shaking heads of no. All right, perfect. So then I'll bring it back to council for either questions or deliberation. Vice Mayor Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor. If it's okay, I would love to ask a follow-up question to Mayor Williamson while we have him here, if you're willing, Mayor Williamson.
Yes, I'll take it. It's okay.
Coming all the way down from your fair city of Monterey.
It's all Central Coast-esque, so.
Monterey Mayor Tyler Williamson also has rent control and will be sharing some answers.
Or not rent control, but a rental registry.
Sorry, rent registry, not rent control. So sorry.
I don't want tomatoes thrown at me
I
tonight.
know, not rent control, just a rental registry.
Thank you so much for driving all this way and for taking time with us tonight. In some of my meetings with the Realtors Association with some other folks, members who had attended the League of Women Voters webinar that you were a participant in were incredibly complimentary of how you talked about your city's outreach program and how you engaged the public in the process. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what that process looked like and how long you spent on it, just for context where this was all established as part of our budget setting in our last budget cycle. And so we're kind of, as the mayor said, maybe on page 86 here, but kind of looking at how many more pages do we need to write in this book in order to do it as effectively as Monterey did?
Absolutely. I think it's important to recognize that this is one of those issues that it's like people have their position on. And you might have some folks in the middle that might be convinced one way or another, but it's, as you can see, it's a heated topic. And so the approach that we took was we had a lot of council meetings on it. And there was a phase where we weren't going to move forward with anything. And then the council makeup changed. And so there was deeper appetite there to have that discussion. So there were several council meetings. And then in the end, what we agreed to with staff was to host a town hall. And it was the one town hall that was outside of the chambers. It was at our conference center and opened it up to everybody. We did an activity with the community. And really that was it as it relates to like in-person meetings. As it relates to the implementation, staff did mailers to every household just to make sure that the word was getting out there that, hey, this tool is available, it's out there. So particularly for the renters that maybe had concerns around maybe some of the information not being accurate or appropriately reported, that provided an opportunity for folks to be able to share that information with the city.
And if I may just ask one follow-up, curious a little bit about how, obviously before a new program's put in place, there's a lot of trepidation from people who are for it, against it, all of the different things, just a lot of questions out there. I'm wondering how the tone and tenor has changed in your community around this now that you've had it in place for a couple of years.
Absolutely. Obviously this is a little bit political, so I will enter the politics into the conversation and say that, as mayor, my term is 2 years. So we implemented this before my reelection in 2024. And my competitor ran on the fact that we implemented the rental registry. And obviously I was successful in getting reelected. And I say that maybe a little bit to be funny, but truly, I don't think there's the concern that exists there. And I think it's very similar. What we heard tonight, it was very similar to what we saw in the city of Monterey. There's, generally speaking, a coalition of realtors, property management companies, landlords that are generally against it. And I think that those concerns are well heard. And I will make a little bit of an asterisk to my point and say, we were intentional around listening to those concerns and try to address those in what we implemented. So it wasn't just like a, full steam ahead and we're just going to do whatever we want to do. It was really an opportunity to listen to everybody. But obviously in the end, we chose to implement, and I think the voters, residents supported that because they supported the candidates that were running to continue in office.
And forgive me, my questions have been sort of process oriented, and I haven't really asked about sort of outcomes yet. And I've been really deep in your staff report, so I feel like I have been kind of following how that has gone for you. But if you wouldn't mind, after having this in place for a couple of years, what are some of the outcomes that you're seeing? Do you feel like you're getting information that you didn't have before? Are you happy with the fact that it's in place?
Yeah, so I spoke about earlier, my biggest concern and frustration with the process has been some of the mismatched data. And now that I have a little bit more unrestricted time here, we're using census data, and I believe it was the census data that based off of the property as opposed to the unit. And then our registry is collecting data based off of the unit. So when we're trying to compare that data, it's pretty challenging. And so how do you get around that? I don't know. We're still kind of working through that piece. But yeah, the other thing I would say is our second year is ending in April. So I believe next month or in April, we're going to be having a council meeting because we have an annual presentation on the data and what that data shows. So it'll be our first time actually having comparable data. So we haven't really got to that point yet, but obviously here in the next few months, we'll be having that discussion. And I think it's an important thing for you all to just kind of stay attuned to.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I have questions for you too. Pretty please. Thank you. So thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate those were some of my questions as well. And kind of going back to the data, a lot of people have been asking, what's the data do? And, we're hearing about public health and safety issues. I always mix those two up, as well as kind of code enforcement issues, which what does that have to do with the data? Do you have any answers for that in Monterey at this time?
I mean, I have my own personal feelings about it, but I think as a way to try to keep the conversation somewhat simple, because we kept hearing this tonight too, which is like, what's the purpose? Like, why do this? And I try to keep the conversation focused solely around the idea of information is power. And so I know that sounds pretty simplistic and it doesn't sound like it's going to get to an end, but there's a lot of things that this data could be used for. And one of the things that I found to be interesting tonight was staff presenting on the idea of utilizing that data as it relates to your housing element. And then the idea of kind of merging this information with business license fee requirements. And so there's a lot of potential there. Obviously health and safety and enforcement. I mean, canvassing in Monterey. By the way, Monterey, first city in California. So just had to stick that out there for you all.
We're the 16th.
So there's a lot of dilapidated homes in Monterey, and I actually almost fell through a set of stairs when canvassing one year. And the problem is, and a lot of the speakers here spoke about it tonight, that renters are in fear of retaliation, so they don't really come forward. Obviously, this is a vexing issue, right? Like, do you hold their individual responsible to say something, even though it might be uncomfortable? So I don't have that answer for you all, but I think at the end of the day, it's about making sure that our community is safe. I'll give one more example. We've had, during 4th of July one year, I had a military spouse come up to me, and she had her baby in her arms, and she said, "We have mold growing in our house. My baby's been to the hospital 3 times. I've complained to the landlord. They've done nothing." You know, there's this enforcement piece that I think, in as much as that might create concern around increased rent, right, which is a valid concern as it relates to enforcing landlords to keep adequate housing. I'm sure you have tenants that are like, "No, don't say anything about the crack in my window," or whatever it might be, because I'm paying lower rent. I can't, as mayor, say that it's okay for our residents to live in inadequate housing. So I think we have a moral obligation to be able to address some of those concerns.
So it sounds like you don't quite have enough years yet of the data to be able to really give us that next step of what's happening in Monterey with what do you do with that data?
That's correct. That's correct. But fortunately, we're on Cal City's board together, so I can keep you posted.
Perfect, I appreciate that. One last question. There's been some conversation around names, obviously you heard tonight. How are you working with the private data and the concerns people have around privacy and their information?
Yeah, so we had a deep conversation about it, which I imagine you all will as well with your city attorney. And we established that there was clear legal grounds to keep certain information private. But it allowed us to make sure that we were being able to enforce the registry. So there's some information that maintains privacy, but we have a publicly available system, so anybody can go online and look at the data that's publicly available.
And then I know I said one last question, but I really do have one last question. So you've heard us talk about the business tax license or business license, and why not use that data, and why not just expand that process? What made you choose a rental registry and something like Ptolemy, like we are looking at, versus expanding your business license process?
Yeah. So it really just came down to the amount of data that we were collecting. So that was kind of how our conversation started, was staff gave us a report, and it was like, 10 units or more, you paid the business license fee. So there was even conversation around just lowering that to 3, or maybe requiring it for all. And in the end, it was like, well, it just makes sense to implement the system. And to staff's point that they shared earlier, it's like, it's easy to pull the data and like interpret it in different ways by just implementing the system.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your help.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Shoresman.
I just have one. I've been curious ever since I saw it in your policies and procedures about this, about the excusing of the fee for 3 and under.
Yeah.
How did you come to that number? Maybe
Yeah.
kind of a detailed question, but why not 2? Why not
Yeah.
1? Why not 4? Like, how did you get to that?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think a council member threw it out and it just kind of stuck, But yeah, just to kind of reiterate a little bit too, the idea was, and in fact, staff told us at the beginning, what you want to do if you're going to do this is go as big as possible, because then you can scale back if you need to. But we didn't have the votes for that on the council. And so what we did was say, hey, we're going to create an exemption for mom and pop shops. And what that did was they were still required to register, if you will, but they were registering for an exemption. So they weren't providing all the information. So we were still collecting some level of data on those units. And then going into year 2, when we had the presentation about the data from the first year, the votes changed. There was a council member that decided it was worth collecting all that data, but we kept the exemption for the payment. So they don't pay the fee now, but they have to provide all the data.
Okay, thank you. That's
welcome.
super helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And thank you for coming all the way from Monterey. We really appreciate it. We know it's late.
San Luis Obispo is beautiful, but I have an affinity for Monterey, so.
I don't see any other questions at this moment. We're going to do a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the quickish break. We have heard a lot of very helpful information from staff, from community members, for and against, and Again, today we are not making a decision of anything necessarily. We are purely giving guidance onto the next steps of what happens. So we're not voting on an ordinance. We're not making rental registry. Can you just, thank you, rental registry happening tomorrow, but we are having that conversation. So with that, I asked for the focus questions to come up here to the screen, so thank you very much for that. Is there interest in moving forward with the registry just as a whole? If so, what option warrants further study or consideration? And is there additional data or analysis that would be beneficial to determine next steps? So at this, oh, we have one more, so sorry. And if there's interest in moving forward, what is the timing? What is the timing and the next steps? Thank you. So with that, I don't know if we want to take it all together or if we want to have any of these issues separated. To me, it seems like we could just probably just do each of us answer all the questions at once, and then if we want to come back to it, then that works. Sound good? All right, so I'll open it up to my colleagues. Who would like to go first?
Who wants to go first? It looks like there's a little bit of a block here. All right.
Vice Mayor.
I will try and get us going here. So I wrote out some thoughts because I actually had to do quite a bit of research in preparation for this. You know, I've been a renter, I've been a landlord. I'm not currently a renter, but when I moved to the city, you know, we spent a long time looking for housing and we're pretty shocked by the state of a lot of the housing in town. And then in 2022, I knocked on thousands of doors and saw some pretty shocking conditions across the city. And what I heard unequivocally from all of the renters that I talked to was that what they wanted to see first and foremost, and this is probably the most common feedback I got, was that they wanted to see the city do something to help address the conditions that they were seeing on the ground. And honestly, I really have not felt comfortable pushing any specific policies so far. And the reason for that is I don't feel like I have the data to understand the landscape or the trends in our housing inventory. What are we actually dealing with? So the thing that really has hung me up about the rental registry is that, you know, I am really wary about creating another bureaucratic hurdle. I don't want to make it harder in a housing market that's already constrained. I really, you know, we are a pro-housing community. I am deeply proud of being a pro-housing community. So I did what I always do when I'm uncertain. I dug into the research and I looked at examples from all across California and all across our country. And I read perspectives and studies from planners. I read our beautiful staff report as an awesome launching point. And I actually came away pretty surprised by what I found, because I actually had a lot of the questions too. What can a rental registry actually help us do? So as somebody that believes that housing is a human right, I believe that building more housing, both market rate and affordable, is essential if we're serious about addressing affordability and homelessness. And I was actually struck that many of the strongest pro-housing advocates, from Matthew Desmond to Jerusalem Demsis, also support rental registries. The National League of Cities writes that rental registries are key tools for understanding a city's housing landscape and a strong foundation upon which programs aimed at safeguarding people living in rental housing are built. These are just a few of the many examples of folks who are out there calling for rental registries, because you can't manage what you don't measure. Because at its core, a rental registry is a data tool. It tells us how many units we actually have, what types they are, where they're located, how many bedrooms they contain, who owns them. It allows us to track changes in our housing stock over time, understand patterns in ownership, a question I have so many questions about, who actually owns the houses in our community, including absentee ownership, which is something we're going to have a hearing on in May coming up, some of our issues with code enforcement. So right now we're making a lot of our most consequential housing decisions without a complete picture of the rental side of the market. And I don't think that's really good governance. It's just kind of guessing. So I've heard, folks talking about there's not that many cities in California that do this, but there are quite a few cities across the country that are. In California, we have Davis, we have Fresno, we have Salinas, we have Monterey, we have Boulder and Fort Collins and Grand Rapids that are similar sized cities outside of California. These fees that are put in place are often pretty modest. Many cities assess something in the range of $50 to $100, which is, as we heard, like $4 to $8 per month. And what this can do is really help us improve accountability and communication. So I really think that this is a practical and powerful tool to give us the ability to send out mass emails in emerging issues, changes in law, available in rental assistance, helping to get disaster information out, public health guidance. These are things that rental registry would also assist us with beyond just the data collection. And finally, I really think that Monterey has offered us a pretty compelling model. They have not just put their rental registry in place, but one of the things that they did was they paired it with a really robust rental assistance program. And so they targeted rental assistance to folks who needed it most and have used their rental registry data to kind of help figure out where those needs were. That's not something we're talking about tonight, but I would really like us to explore as we get more data and start to understand the rental landscape. What are the tools that might be most effective in helping us help the folks who need the most assistance in our community? A registry, once it's enacted, can become a tool that we modify and adjust to meet emerging needs in our community. So coming around to the focused questions that we have, my goal in establishing a rental registry is to create a reliable, comprehensive data foundation so that we can design smarter housing policy. I want it to address gaps in our information, improve accountability, help with communication, and support enforcement of our existing laws, and then hopefully enable targeted rental assistance down the line to better understand ownership patterns as well and displacement pressures. I really want to see us focus on the option number 3, which is our full and robust rental registry. I think it's kind of an all or nothing, really. Like, if we go any halfway measures, we're not going to get the information that we want. So I would like to see us do the full option. Additional data or analysis. I really think we need to finish conducting an outreach process. I love the idea of a town hall as kind of our next step, bringing in the community, having an organic conversation around this. And if we're, during that process, learning more about other options, other tools, folks were offering all sorts of cool ideas out here, I think it's worth exploring those and making sure that we're not missing anything as part of that process. And finally, is it timing? Is that our last one for focus questions? Okay. Yeah, the bulleted lists that you provided us of the existing work plan items, those are incredibly important. There's not one on there that I want to kick to the side, but we did just set aside some money with the intended purpose of hopefully being able to get some stuff moving. And so I would love to, as we talked about earlier, bring on a consultant to help kind of queue up the next steps, particularly community engagement and program design. I know that there needs to be a little bit of research to figure out what that looks like, but I think that we need to get this ball rolling as soon as possible. And I think that that's our obvious next step. So I'd love to see that happen. All right. I think that pretty much sums up.
I think so.
All right.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. First, he's left, but I just wanted to thank Mayor Williamson for coming up to our meeting. That's wonderful. We'll have to figure out a way to pay that forward. So, Vice Mayor Francis, just to add another expert, Shane Phillips of the Lewis Center at UCLA, who I believe is speaking at the State of the Downtown next week, and is really one of our top experts on housing in California, also supports the use of rental registries and data collection to assist local governments in making better decisions. The question of why rental registry, I still I feel still a little backwards for me. I'm a little agnostic as to what the thing actually is or what we call it, but I kind of know what I want to do. And if the best way to do that is something that looks like or is called a rental registry, then fine. If there's some other way to accomplish the same things, then oh, he's still here. Thank you. Then I'm happy to do that as well. So let me just mention a few things. First of all, I've not been convinced by any arguments about the cost of this. And if you pay attention to anything I talk about on council, I talk about cost a lot, and I'm often worried about cost. But here I'm not so much. Why is that? Well, this is we're talking about 60% of our community. We have a $117 million general fund budget. I think we can spend $300,000 a year on 60% of our community. And if we decide we need to offset some of the costs with a fee, which we don't have to do, by the way, we can make it free. But if we decided to do that, certainly some of the costs we've seen that in the more comparable communities and the things that we want to do would be insignificant in the overall cost of housing. You know, part of trying to figure out what to do tonight, part of the challenge was there was data I wanted that we don't have. And I'm sitting there like, it's even hard to make this decision because I don't have the data. I spent a lot of time really trying to figure out the ACS and the Zillow data, which is both problematic in terms of actually understanding what are average rents in this community. We know Zillow's not tracking everything. We know a lot of people don't put their information, don't put their listings there. And we know the ACS is problematic for a variety of reasons. If people that are in rent cap units report their rent, but that's not what we're trying to figure out. We know what that is. And I'm pretty sure I've seen indication that the question in the ACS survey gets misanswered a lot of times because people think it's asking about how much they pay rent, not what is the rent on the unit they're in. So we know ACS and Zillow data is not very good for really letting us understand the cost of housing in our community. I also did some rough calculations, and it was interesting to hear one of the public comments, but according to the ACS data in the city, the average annual rent increase since 2016 was 5%, which as we know is the maximum allowed. Only 3.1% last year and 3.8% according to Zillow. But again, maybe that's good information and maybe it's not. So that's part of our problem. So some things I want. I certainly, there's some data we need to have. I figure core things that are absolute musts are things like, well, the number of units, the actual cost of rent, and ideally by different unit types, the location of rentals, and I'll say more about that in just a moment, would be another important one. And that's probably at a minimum that we can know. There's a list in the staff report and others have been mentioned. There's a lot of research out there we can look at on other things that can be collected. But as I've said at the previous meeting, every single piece of data we decide to collect, we ought to have a clear justification for why we need it and how it will be used. And if we don't need it and we don't know how to be used, we don't collect it. The second thing, people keep asking, why do you want to know all this information? This is a short list. I have a much longer list, but I'm going to go through a few things. I do want to know what's the average rent in the city by type and location. What is the actual affordability gap and the percent of renters who are cost burdened? Because if we don't actually have good data from ACS, then we don't know the answer to this question. And with we know the way that data is collected on students in the ACS can really kind of confuse things because they're often shown as having zero income, but that's not actually the case. Although when I was a student, it was pretty close to the case, but I want to know how many and what kind of units are being converted to rental housing and from rental housing in the city. I want to know how much of our rental demand is now being met by ADUs. I want to know what we know about the differences between college versus non-college student renters and their rental experiences. My rough estimate is based on, again, incomplete data, is that about half the renters in the city are students and half are non-students. I want to know the spatial distribution, rental rates, and characteristics of single-family residential conversions that are now effectively operating as mini dorms in City of San Luis Obispo. And that's Berkeley, actually officially, City of Berkeley officially calls them, categorizes them, and regulates them as mini dorms. That's their term, so I took that. What parts of the city have in effect been upzoned through increased occupancy and conversion, particularly of these R1 neighborhoods? I have many more questions. I'm a professor, sorry. I have a lot of questions. But those are just some examples. I'm open. We've heard some suggestions that we could get this kind of information and data through other means. Great, I'm very open to that. Maybe through self-reporting. We've heard, I think I heard the property owners offer to be cooperative in self-reporting, maybe through data scraping, property assessors and water bills. I was just looking at a paper about how utility data can be used to estimate a whole lot of things about the occupancy of units. A professional sample-based survey of the city, that could all be information. But again, if there's some other way, great. And if there's not, if the rental registry is the right way and the most cost-effective way, then that's what I would be supporting. I am interested in the potential for a required checklist submittal. So I'm kind of curious what that might look like. I'm curious about what it might mean in terms of empowering both potentially landlords and tenants. And there's been a lot of talk about more education. Well, that's what I always hear about. And I'm an educator, so I like more education. But it's always like, we just need to educate more people. Well, why are we doing that now? There's nothing stopping anyone, tenants union, the realtors, the property owners association. We could certainly do education. But in my world, when you get educated, you're also held accountable for that education. And so, you know, if we're going to say education is the answer, where's the accountability for that education? I want to see the outcome metrics. I want to see that education worked, that it served its purpose, not just that we did it. Oh, we've sent a bunch of flyers. Great. Well, what did those flyers do? What was the outcome of those flyers? Do we see any change in our community? So education has to be paired with metrics. So again, I'm open to ideas around there. And I have one other idea, but I'm going to hold that till a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Francis and Councilmember Boswell. You all brought up some really valid and important points, and so did all of the speakers that were here tonight. There were some common messages that we heard, but some different things coming from different people. There was one thing that was clear is there's a lot of passion in the room about this topic, and one thing that I definitely heard throughout of, you know, all the different types of folks in the room were a desire for safe, stable housing for everybody. I heard that pretty uniformly from a lot of the speakers. We all care about the folks that are living in our neighborhoods next door to us and our everybody that's in our community. We want everybody to have safe, stable housing. I'm going to go back to how we got here to this study session just for a second, because we are having this study session because it was identified as something that we wanted to do as part of our 2-year financial planning process, where we established our major city goals. And we talked about rental registry and safe and stable housing and security and safety measures on people on rentals. And we talked about all this kind of stuff sort of interrelated to each other. And And staff has kind of divided this out tonight, and for great reasons. I'm going to be honest, I thought coming into this that we were going to talk a little bit more about how this could get us safe and stable housing. And as some of our commenters have noted, I've come to realize that this really, the rental registry alone is not how we're going to get safe and stable housing. It's going to give us really important data if we move forward with it, and it will help answer that question. Well, the real question of, what's the point of this that I heard many people ask is, why do we need it? Well, we need it because we don't have data on a lot of these things, and it's really hard to make good policy decisions without data. It doesn't stop us from having to do the other things. Namely, we need to continue to move forward as a pro-housing city, trying to just create policies that help us build more housing, because rental protections are not the way to get more housing in our community. More housing is going to help defer some of the other problems that we hear about anecdotally from all of our community members that have talked to us throughout this process. I think going to the study questions, in our packet, one of the questions was, what is the goal of establishing a registry, and should we move forward with a registry? I think clearly it's getting data. It's not creating safe housing. It's not stopping rents from going up. It's getting the data to help us make better policy going forward about zoning changes or housing element changes, or where we need to put housing in the community and what types of housing need to go there. So I think that is important enough to take this process to the next step. Of the rental registry options, I think I kind of tend to agree with the vice mayor. As much as I like the idea of a voluntary registry, I just don't see it being super effective at getting what we need, which is the complete data. I would love to have a carrots and sticks approach to this, and I'd be open to ideas on how we can do that. I love the ideas from Monterey about, taking away the fees for the property owners that have a certain number or under, let's make it easy for them, and let's not make it prohibitive to stay a landlord. We don't want to lose housing in this situation. We want to support the small owners who are using this as their investment income or their retirement income. And so I would be supportive of something like that. But I just don't see that we have the capacity to update our business license system alone. I think we would benefit from having all of the aspects of a program or a software system that really the software system isn't the big expense. $10,000 to $50,000 a year is not a lot of money. It's really the staff that it takes to operate. And I think it would be a much bigger lift to try and revamp our existing system, and it would put the wrong people too in charge of the system. Our business license system is managed by our finance staff, and our housing programs are managed mostly in our community development. So while I know they work together very well, it takes the responsibility and puts it in the wrong spot. So I see the only way that it really working is through a mandatory system. Are there additional data and analysis that would be beneficial to council in order to determine next steps? I loved the laundry list by our professor over there. He had some really great suggestions that he threw out that I would love to see. And a couple of things that I wrote down were just more concrete information on costs and the revenue neutrality of the system. I think our staff mentioned that they would need to do a little better, more detailed cost analysis of how we could make this cost neutral. I disagree with the idea of trying to fund it completely ourselves and make it free, just because we're looking at budget reductions in the next, we're going to have to cut somewhere else if we give this system away for free indefinitely. I would be okay with considering a tiered approach to that and incentivizing adding yourself to the registry at first or something. But I would really want to see how we implement this come out of discussions with the community. What do they want to see in the registry? How would it be least impactful to property owners as far as an implementation pathway? Should we reevaluate and postpone the work plan items in the current 25-27 financial plan to accommodate implementation of a rental registry? You know, we spent a lot of time and energy and a lot of community feedback in developing our 25-27 financial plan. So while I completely recognize the importance of getting data, more data soon, there's a lot of things on our list already that we told the community that we were going to do, and I feel like it's not really fair to move forward with something without going back to the drawing board and maybe doing this in conjunction with the 27-29 financial plan. I'm not a big fan of changing course midstream in the middle of the financial plan. I'm also not super interested in dedicating or directing staff right now to set aside any of the funding that we talked about saving last meeting specifically for this, because I'd really like to see what comes out of the May study session on safe housing. I just think it would be irresponsible and putting the cart before the horse a little bit by making a decision right now and directing staff to put money into this until we've had a chance to have that discussion and weigh if there's something else in that study session that warrants funding. So I guess that my answer to the last question is, should staff develop future work program items for the 27-29 financial plan to implement a rental registry? I guess that's where I lean the most, rather than setting some things aside. All those things that you mentioned that we would have to choose from are all really important things that the community is really looking for us to do, or that we know we need to do. And so I'm hesitant to do that, but would welcome ideas for work plan items in the next financial plan. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for your comments. They're really incredible. I want to quote the mayor of Monterey saying that information is power, and I'm going to couple that with a question: what is the value of ignorance? All right. So right now we are operating under what I'm going to call the cloak of ignorance about our housing stock, about the rental housing stock. And I feel strongly that we need to have more information and more data so that we can make responsible policy decisions that are based in fact, not on supposition or guessing, is what Councilmember Francis was calling it. Backing up, 10 years ago, in 2016, 2017, so I guess it was 9 years ago, that people decided, this council decided to repeal the rental housing inspection program and instead launch an education program. We even funded a staff person to operate that education program. Guess what? That position never got filled. It's sitting there. It's been budgeted, it's sitting there, check it out. So essentially what we've done is just reverted to the status quo. And during that time, watched the rents go up either by 1/3 or possibly double, or maybe even more than double. We don't know because we don't have the data. But the big issue that did become politicized was that people were willing to frighten the tenant population by saying that your rent's going to go up if there's a rental housing inspection program, which is just the checklist. We have that. I have it actually here. It was put together by a very competent staff member who's now our city clerk. So, the checklist exists and all that, but just kind of getting lulled into, oh, well, status quo, nobody's really happy, but we're a pro-housing city and we're a pro-business city. And to what extent are we putting the value of promoting business over the value of the responsibility that we have toward 60% of our residents in terms of really looking at our housing stock. It's our housing stock, right? It's our city's housing stock. The other thing that's happened is that the quality of, because the city has not stepped up and, in my opinion, not taken responsibility to address the fact that the housing stock in general, with a lot of exceptions, but in general, and this is what people who are canvassing the neighborhoods have experienced, it's gone down. It's gone down because if your main goal in owning real property is to make money, then anything that helps you make money is good, and anything that makes you spend money is bad. And so people who are looking at it purely not as providing a utility, providing a place for people to live, but looking at it purely as a cash cow, those people are very happy with the status quo. And so I want to say that we're not talking, I was disturbed to hear people say that some people in the real estate community saying that they were feeling punished, they were feeling targeted, they were feeling that the city was going to try to do something to them. Well, what are we trying to do is hold them more accountable. I think it's very important to have a fee of some kind. Doesn't have to be huge, but that also goes along with accountability. They can't just hide out the way that they're doing now. So I think we need to get the data, and I just want to say some really good ideas came up from the real estate community. Cal Poly students need better education. That's not the city's job, that's Cal Poly's job. Long Beach, CSU Long Beach provides all kinds of education, including legal services for its students. Cal Poly is also happy with the status quo. The cheapest source of housing for Cal Poly students and Cuesta students is off-campus housing, i.e. the city of San Luis Obispo. So I think we need to just acknowledge that there's a tremendous power balance between the tenants and the landlords. And when people are saying, well, the tenants are scared, of course they are. We have almost zero occupancy rate here. Tenants, especially if they're young, maybe don't know much about living in neighborhoods, they're scared of losing their housing and they don't want to get kicked out. And so it's a phenomenon, and this does play into other major city goals. People mentioned DEI in terms of looking at it from the point of view of what the city can do to protect vulnerable people. And I think that that's, how do I say, in my mind, if I haven't made it clear, option number 3, the mandatory rental registration, we could call it something else if we wish, is very important toward the goal of improving the fairness and the power balance by making sure that landlords are accountable not just to their pocketbooks, but also to the city of San Luis Obispo. We have a duty. I think we need to step up. The city has a duty to at least know what we're dealing with. The other question is climate protection. If we are, if the continual pattern of rents getting higher and higher continues, what we're doing is forcing the people who actually work here out of the city. And so that is more commuting, more pollution, and in terms of our climate protection goals, it's not good. I also want to just mention that Cal Poly is going to be increasing its enrollment, so there's going to be even more pressure brought on the city. I think that we need the data to determine the best ways to take the next step and figure out how the city can move into creating safer housing. And let me just see what else. Oh, in terms of what could be postponed, I think myself, looking at section number, question number 6 on our agenda correspondence, 1A was to organize a focus group to explore barriers to residential infill. I think that could be postponed. I think that conducting an educational forum to improve implementation of below market rate best practices to market and streamline the process, that could be postponed. I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm just saying that to me the rental registry is a higher priority. I think we need to not postpone the strategic plan for safe housing program, and we need to not postpone the study session on code enforcement that we have scheduled for May. In terms of the issue of the checklist for that has come up, I think that it's something that could be required in a rental registry program. We could require that landlords at least attach it to the lease when they sign a lease with these, with the tenants. Every single landlord's going to have a lease somewhere. We could require that the checklist, and we could use the old checklist from the rental housing inspection program or update it. So they would have to, as the landlords would have to, as part of the registry process, just sign under the penalty of perjury, or how we want to put it, that they have given the tenant this checklist. It could also be something like, when you purchase property, you get a disclosure. You actually get a property disclosure that, I had one here, actually. I tried to buy, see, I don't have it here anymore. Yeah, here we go. Like, you could have some kind of a disclosure process. The tenant would have to sign or in some way indicate that, yes, I got the checklist, and yes, the landlord is saying, yes, the roof does not leak. Yes, there's a smoke alarm going all the way down, and like that. So the tenant would have that information, and I think it could be handled that way. We cannot go back to the proactive rental housing inspection program, but I think we can do a lot better for our tenants than we have done. In terms of the additional data or analysis, I think that what Councilmember Shorsman and Boswell brought up is perfect. And then what else? What other options? Timing. Oh, timing. I think we should proceed on this now. I think we should proceed right away and not defer it to the next next budget session, the next goal-setting session. I think we should get going on it now, and then we'll have some data so that when we get to the next budget goal, a major budget goal setting process, we'll have some data, we'll know what we're talking about. It may help us refine some of these goals that we need to set. I'm going to stop right there. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you to my colleagues for all of your input. I really appreciate it. I think, as always, we have some things we all agree on and some things that we don't. I think that a rental registry and getting us the data has been something that's been pretty clear that we needed. People often ask me, the city needs to make efficient, data-driven decisions. They need to act like a business. But no, we're not going to give you the data. So that seems to me a juxtaposition of where we're at right now. And what I heard in many emails and what I heard today is people have access to the data that we don't have access to. So I personally would love to see that happen. I would love to have that information shared with us. I'd love to get going on that first, because it sounds like it's something that they could get to us pretty quickly and pretty easily. So if that's the case, let's do that. Like, let's do that first. I don't know why we even need to wait for registry if they're willing to help us right now. So I first wanted to say that. I think that we need the data for our housing element. We need the data for our loose. Back to what rentals are where. Councilmember Boswell, I very much agree with you in the sense of, is all of our zoning correct? Do we maybe need to change things in different places? I don't know. I don't have that answer. Part of the challenge, we don't have the data. I think though, sorry, not even sure what I wrote there, right? Okay. I think that one of the things I heard from staff was the software might create, well, does create the dashboards, the reports, the information quicker. And so that's one of the things that makes me wonder, can a local consultant get that information for us? That'll be the question that I think that we should be asking them is, hey, can we get this? How soon can we get it? How can we get it in report form? What does that look like? I also, when I think about the why do we want the data? We want to create safe homes for people. Back to housing is a basic right. Absolutely. We are spending a lot of money and a lot of time trying to help people get out of being unhoused. What is being unhoused? It's not having a place to live. I mean, I know that sounds obvious. So I'm looking at where is the data to understand where people can live, whether they are unhoused, very low income, working, all the different levels. And we don't have enough of that information. So I think we have some work to do. What I did hear though, I heard two things consistently tonight that I don't think we'll get from a registry. And that is code enforcement issues. There is the imbalance, no question. There's fear of getting evicted. There's fear of having your rent increased. There's fear of not having the actual work done on your home. As most of my life growing up and most of my life now I own, which is fantastic, but most of my life as a non-owner, as a parent with kids, and my husband, we were renters. And I'll tell you that not every property manager is and not every landlord is as kind and wonderful as some of the people we heard today. And so we're trying to figure out how do we help people and hold people accountable. And so if we can help improve accountability and transparency, that's what we're trying to do today. I think there's some steps that can be done before we get to full registry, or if it's that we do that carrot and stick more. I think that if we're asking for data because we want the data, then it should be free. I just don't think it's logical otherwise. I think in the long run, if we find the data super useful, then great. $25, $50. I mean, most of these rental registries haven't been very expensive. So I don't see that we're going to lose so many dollars in the beginning. We'll have to work through the issues. I mean, I don't want to charge people for the data that they have and then say, and now let's work through the issues together. That sounds horrific. And I think if it's free, we can get a lot of the good actors, as people are saying, quicker versus fighting and digging feet in to not pay $25 or $50, because that's really what we're talking about. And I think as the renter, if you're getting charged $2 more, yeah, okay, that's going to get passed on. We heard that numerous times. So in the what are we trying to solve? We're trying to create safer homes, healthy homes. We're trying to get to the point where we can create or help create more homes. So in the realm of what we want to do faster, I do not want to get rid of 1A. I can't even fathom the fact that we might be considering that from the dais here, because residential infill development is how we're going to get more homes sooner. So to me, that seems wild that we would put that aside. BMR, our emails should be clear of the amount of nightmare that the BMR has been, so I can't imagine pushing that back. Again, that's homes for people who do not have as much money to either be able to pass on their home or to be able to get the home. So to me, I do not want to see that go to a later time period. Create a strategic plan for the safe housing program. Of course, yes, keep moving with that. That is by default kind of what we're already working on. And conduct a study session with council on code enforcement priorities. I can't see how we can move. I think Councilor Shorsman putting the cart before the horse, absolutely. We need to understand the code enforcement and the livability completely. Back to we're asking for data. We're going to be getting some data in a way in May from our staff, and I think that's important that we get that to make that decision on how we move forward with the rental registry. So I will say, from my point of view, there's been a lot of concern from emails that we're jumping to rent control tomorrow. That's not the plan for me. That is not the plan that we've been asking for. We just said, how do we get the data? And that's what the rental registry is how do we understand where everything is and how do we make the best decisions? So I really would love for us to be able to keep focused so that we can actually finish this conversation, because right now is page 86. We're going to end up on page 125 and then stop reading the book, as half the students do in my classes, and look at then we can't finish. And so I really would like us to kind of stay focused on the conversation we're having, because one of the things that was asked to me by other community members was, again, a layer of regulation, a layer of money, a layer of rules. This may not have to be forever. We don't know. And that's part of the conversation is, let's continue the conversation with all of the stakeholders we've been talking about, the renters, the property managers, the landlords, the public health agencies, and the tenant protection groups and code enforcement. What are we missing? How do we fix things? And how do we keep going? And how do we move forward? So as far as the business tax, that's the other part that I keep coming back to is I feel like we have to look at this holistically, and that's kind of why I know it sounds unfortunate, because this kind of moves us into the next financial plan. But one, we promised our community the priorities we did. Two, we could look a little more holistically if we have the time. We have business license fees we're talking about, we have rental registry we're talking about, and we have short-term rentals. We have this constant conversation about compliance, accountability, and transparency and cost. So to me, as the VRBO, people are very happy. Look at, we help tourists get into this community. And yes, thank you. But you also stop people from having a place to live. And so trying to find that balance of people who are really home and just, out for a week or so, and they want to rent out their place while they're gone for a week or a month or something, that sounds great. But when you're not even living in your home and someone else could be living in your home, that's my concern. So it's a lot of things because, again, this is a weird conversation that we're having from the dais, which is, do we want to move forward with something very specific? And we don't have all the data to even answer that question. So for me, I'm kind of struggling on even the first one, which is, how do we move forward if we need the rest of the data? And it sounded like from our community, now that they're being brought to the table, they're willing to help us get that information. So let's do that. So that would be my first step. As far as just what option warrants further study consideration, all of it. So I think as far as how do we help get to compliance, how do we help tenants and landlords both know their rights and responsibilities? You mentioned, Councilmember Marks, about Long Beach. Well, Cal Poly has the off-campus housing program. They have an off-campus housing marketplace and an off-campus housing certificate. Sarah Baccio emailed us all about that. She's the off-campus housing coordinator. And one of the things that they do is help students know their rights and responsibilities. One of the things that I think that more students need to know about this program, of course, but also, can we bring that program into our community? And my understanding from Sarah is yes. So when we talk about education, what does that look like? I think that options, that warrants further study and consideration. And I know some people haven't been excited about education, but some people really don't even know they can't be sleeping next to a water heater and that's not the room. So how do we help people know what's allowed and what's not, whether it's the landlord or the tenant? Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I finish the last bit. And as far as the checklist, I think that I want to be very careful that we do not end up taking over California's job. There's the California Tenants Protections, and then there's, if we're adding in the compliance checklists and we're adding that to the rental registry, do we then supersede California? And that's just one thing I know that we need to make sure that we're looking at as far as our rights and responsibilities as a city. The one thing that I think I've said over and over again, but again, it seems as though we don't have officially all of the data, but I don't see how we don't grow the housing enforcement staff in the future. I think the code enforcement seems to be the issues that we keep hearing, whether it's what we'll hear more about in May and livability, or whether it's today with rental registry. To create safe and healthy housing, we need to make sure that people are creating that safe and healthy housing. And that is, unfortunately, it is through code enforcement, and we don't have enough people to do that. So that's where I'm at. I think I've answered all the questions. Do you need anything else, David or Timmy? City Manager.
Thank you. I think maybe I'll jump in, kind of summarize what, just very high level, where.
And we have more on the list too to talk. Just so you know.
Okay. So were you asking if we had questions?
I just didn't know if you had any questions about what I was asking.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I didn't know if you meant in total.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Because we do in total.
Okay, in total, that makes sense.
Got it.
Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, just to maybe try to help us think where we go next. Thank you for everybody's comments. Good discussion. I mean, it sounds like there's interest to move forward with option 3 for the rental registry. And so I'm guessing really the next thing that has to happen is staff has to prepare kind of a proposed work program. But I suspect the critical decision we need to make now or soon-ish is the timing. Do we want this to start essentially now, or do we want this to largely start during the next financial plan cycle? I think I've heard both.
Let's answer that question first.
Yeah, and then so let me add one piece to that. I mean, obviously, if we get started now, we get started now. If we delay until the next financial plan, I do think there are some things that we could be doing between now and then, things that came up about a town hall. We heard that possibly for public engagement activities, a consultant might be able to help in that regard, and we did set aside some money. Working on some of these additional data ideas, we've heard, I'm pretty sure I heard some volunteers tonight in the audience to help us gather data. That could be happening. So I think there's some things that could be happening if we wait. And I want to hear from the rest of you. I'm not quite sure whether we should go now or wait, but I'm curious what everybody thinks about that.
Thank you. Do you want to just go down the line, Councilmember Shoresman?
Sure. Well, I think, I don't, maybe I wasn't clear. I'm not in favor of moving forward right now because I don't want to sideline any of the other very important things that were our alternatives that we would have to give up. I don't see it as being a good alternative to trade this for something that would either clarify or make better our housing opportunities when really what we need is more safe housing. So I would rather us move forward with some maybe intermediate steps as staff are able to in the interim to kind of, gather some more data from some of the volunteers that said they had access to some of the data, seeing if some of that's reliable. Maybe we get enough data from the folks that are willing to help us that we don't have to go forward with, as robust a program. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility. Who knows? So, and I'm not super interested, at least personally, in dedicating any of the funds that we set aside last week, or was that last week? That was just last week. Because I'd rather wait till we have our other study session and see if there's anything that comes out of that that we would want to put money towards. So hiring a consultant right now at this point today wouldn't be my option, not saying that wouldn't be my proposal, just because I'd rather wait until we've had the rest of our study sessions on these topics.
Thank you, and then we'll come back to you for the rest of your comments. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, on the topic of timing, I'm not eager to put aside any of the items that were listed there just because they all have to do with safe housing and improving our housing situation. But I am interested in, I saw some head nodding that there are a lot of interim things that we can be doing. And I actually would be interested in putting aside some of the funds that, or using some of the funds that we put aside in order to start moving that process forward so we can get to the public outreach element, the town hall, define what the work item would look like and really start to move that ball forward. So by the time we get to budget setting, when we're talking about putting the funds there, we're hitting the ground literally running and we start that day one. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Do you want to add to that, Director Tway?
Yeah, maybe I can provide some context to just preliminarily, no promises, but what I've been thinking about things that we could start doing without setting aside any of the existing work plan items, because we are also excited to work on those. We've been thinking about them, but there are things that we could do within the current staffing that we have. Just off the top of my head, it's looking at these other data sources to see what's out there, going and talking to some of the people that were here to just gather more information of things we don't necessarily know about, reaching out to some of the cities that David has already worked with and just continuing those conversations. They might have RFP examples, they might have outreach plan examples that we can just start to gather. This is kind of a low effort thing, but just things we'd have to do anyway. So to your point, Vice Mayor, it's getting everything ready so that if and when this is on the next budget, we hit the ground running, we're not starting doing that work then. So we're doing the things that we can do reasonably with our staff time, meeting internally with legal and IT and planning and code enforcement of what are the things we need to think through for an RFP? What are our systems already doing? What would they talk to? Just laying that groundwork too so that we kind of know what we need to look for moving forward. contacting potential consultants that do this type of outreach work just to see, is this something you'd be interested in? Do you have capacity? Just so we know who may respond to when we're ready to hire them. But there's a number of things that we can do to get us, and the big one would be truly honing in on the costs. That's going to be more conversations with these cities that have been through this in similar situations as us, as well as talking internally about what different divisions and departments think they need. And then we can present to you a work plan that is fully baked and, manageable, and also based in a lot of background work. So that, I don't want to overpromise, but those are things that I think we can balance with this. Once we get into the actual outreach, the forums, that's going to be a little harder. That's where I don't know that we can balance that with the work plan items that we have now, but we can, and this naturally will probably come up in the budget items, and starting that conversation again in anticipation of that. So I just wanted to offer that up of things we could do to move in that direction.
Thank you. That's very helpful. City Manager, did you want to add to that?
Sure, thank you. I think we would include conversations with our finance department on the business license end of things. I know there are a number of things that we're already looking at and, hoping to bring to you all at some point in the future in terms of cleanup and efficiencies. So we would want to make those conversations work together and make sure that we're looking at them as a whole. As Director Tway mentioned, I think if we get into actually conducting a lot of outreach to the community, holding a town hall, getting a consultant and then onboarding them and getting their assistance and holding something like a town hall, or even we've heard of others using mediators or facilitators during those conversations to try to really get our arms around what our different stakeholders are looking for or would be kind of open to. That's all work that we do not have the capacity to do that. We want to do it right, and at least that's certainly what we would want to put together in a plan in terms of what we think that kind of outreach would look like. But I don't believe we have the capacity to do that without taking things off of our list at this point. So if we're in terms of fully baked plan, it's more like doing the additional outreach to other cities, getting a better sense of the cost and what an RFP for a platform might look like. But actually starting that level of outreach, I don't think we can do that now. So the plan would change after we do the outreach, right? At least the scope of the registry program itself likely would change and should, to address what we're hearing from folks. And so it would take us longer. So what I'm hearing and have been talking about with staff is, if we're doing this in the way that we believe we can do it with our current work plans and resources, it's going to take a couple more years to get it up and running. We need to get through this current financial plan, do what we can, get through setting up a program in a way that we think is going to work well, and even then take longer rolling it out in a way that we think is going to work for the community or based on feedback that we receive. If we're looking at trying to make that faster, we're going to need to kind of sweep the deck, basically, of what we've already lined out. And potentially, shortening and cutting corners in terms of the types of outreach that we might do otherwise.
Thank you.
And having to onboard potentially additional staff members to make sure we're doing it well. I really caution against relying on consultants to do this work. We certainly would bring in help to facilitate conversations, look at program development, but we can't just hand that off to somebody who would then go run that completely without a lot of oversight and engagement from staff. I don't think that would succeed very well. And so again, we're looking at the same folks who are doing all these other items that we looked at earlier.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure I heard, I think from 3 of you at least, that there is an interest in trying to get some of the information that was referenced from members of the audience. I heard the word volunteer, and I didn't hear that offer made, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page, because what I heard, I thought, and if you heard something different, I just want to get clarity, was that they believed that they could provide that service for cheaper than what was being proposed here for implementation of a rental registry. So if there were individuals that Councilmember Boswell or others of you heard were to be volunteering those services, that would be very helpful if you could point us in that direction. I didn't hear that.
Thank you. I think just asking the question is all I was saying. As far as Councilmember Marks, so you've disappeared from me. There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we're missing something about if we would contemplate just relying on the data from the realtors. I think there are a couple of things that we are missing. One is, of course, the cost. I doubt these people volunteer for anything that's within their realm. They probably coach soccer teams or something. But if we got the data from their databases, then there's a question of what the heck do we do with it? If we don't have the software to input that data into, it's just going to be sitting there like a big mess. We need to have the software in order to import that data, in order to get meaningful results out of the data. You can't just have it sit there. It has to be part of a comprehensive software program. And that's the kind of thing that these off-the-shelf programs that we're talking about, the software, that they provide. Now, the other thing that we're missing is that we need to engage every single landlord who actually rents to residents of our city. We can't just rely on the realtors like to say, oh, there are this many rentals in the city. We need to connect with the landlords. We've talked about accountability. We've talked about transparency. The landlords need to connect with the city because they have a civic responsibility. It's not just a matter of their little business. So the business license is one thing, but the other thing is connecting and how can we even do the research to the landlords, the outreach to the landlords, if we don't know who they are? Because they're hiding out. They're not doing they're trying to fly under the radar, and these are probably a lot of the people who are also not keeping up the maintenance of their houses. There's the business license, there's the code enforcement, and then there's the question of utilizing some of this information as we put together in the housing element. So the mayor of Monterey suggested, or what they did is they mailed all the city residents what was happening with the rental registry program. And so tenants knew what was happening, and landlords who lived in the city knew what was happening. But how do we reach these people who are not connecting with the city at all? And I think that that's absolutely crucial to beginning to address, to get the underlying data that we need that's coming from the landlords, not just totally abstract, but actually making them commit, making them take 10 minutes to fill out a form, making them send $50 or whatever. So again, I think what we're doing, if we just say, oh, let's put it back a couple more years, and maybe it'll take 4 or 5 more years after that, we're just essentially saying, let's endorse the status quo. And the status quo is not working for the renters who live in our city. It's obviously not working. for 60% of our residents. I think we owe it to them to move forward. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know we kind of hashed over this a little bit, but I'm hearing Councilmember Marks, and we've been talking about this for a really long time, and I know that there's a lot of folks in the room who are eager to see some action. I'm really glad to hear that there's some stuff that we can start to tackle now. I also understand that there are some realities of, we've got this list of 5 items that I'm not willing to cut any of them because each of them feels really important. So I just am perseverating by way of saying, if there's any way that we can kind of make sure that we're moving this forward as fast as we can. I know you guys have very full plates, but I know people are eager to see action on this, and I would love to see that as fast as possible. This couple of years to get this thing rolling, outreach and getting people engaged is so important, but I know that we can also sort of do that to death. I want to make sure we bring people to the table, but I don't want to spend a couple of years trying to do outreach to get this thing perfect. There are other communities doing this. We can kind of mirror what's already happening and get it moving in their model and refine as we go. So whatever we can do to really move that forward, I want to see that happen. Since I went first, there were a couple of things that I didn't say at the beginning there, and just to kind of really quickly summarize them. I was hearing from all of our speakers today that there were a lot of areas of agreement. I was glad to hear everybody talking about funding mediation, which is something we just talked about doing, and I'm excited to see some of that come back to our city. I heard a lot of folks from both sides talking about developing smoke-free multifamily, which we can talk about in our code enforcement discussion in May. And I heard people from both sides talking about the self-inspection checklist a la Berkeley's approach. And that was something that it seemed like everybody had a lot of buy-in for. So would love to see us kind of get those things going, maybe even ahead of our actual rental registry. And then to answer the question, what I want to see emerge from the data collection, I think there's going to be a lot of things that change as we go and once we start to understand what comes out of that. But we heard Councilmember Boswell talking about looking at our zoning and refining that process if possible. So zoning evaluation refinement. I'm really interested in looking at our short-term rentals and trying to close those loopholes. Anecdotally, all of us know there's a bunch of illegal short-term rentals that's taking housing off the market. Let's figure that out. I know this software is incredibly good at doing that. Compliance with state renters protections. A lot of cities have found that in the housing that actually does have the state renters protections applying to it, something like 30% of that housing stock was being subject to illegal evictions or higher rent raises than they were allowed. So let's look at that and make sure that we can catch those situations. Identify problem properties and absentee landlords. Again, we're going to be talking about that stuff with code enforcement coming up, but this is something that software can help us do. And then better communication and transparency with landlords and tenants. I think it's going to be an amazing communication tool. We're talking about trying to get people engaged right now. Boom, push a button inside of this software and we can suddenly have everybody get the same information at the same time and really engage them in things like this so that they can come to the table. So that's just to kind of circle back right there, the stuff I want to see emerge from this rental registry, and let's get it going as soon as possible.
Thank you. And I really appreciate both Director Tway and City Manager in the sense of I fully understand the capacity is not possible at this point in time if we keep all of the rest, and that's the whole trade-off conversation. I also very much read and heard from other cities when I talked to them that without a full, robust rollout and communication in the rollout, it doesn't go well. So I just want to make sure that we're prepared for that. But I don't think it means that we're going to just put it on a shelf for 2 years and not do anything. And that's what I heard from our staff as well, is that we can continue to move towards it, towards the registry without putting on a hold for 2 years. I just know that realistically, to get the work done that we are already promising to get done, we have to do that. So, and I think the code enforcement conversation in May could lend us to additional conversations of what we can do to create safer and healthier homes quicker. And that's, I think, what we're really trying to get to. So, Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, just to close that up, I think that discussion will be, sorry, what did you say?
We have 3 minutes or a motion has to happen.
I was just going to say that I think that will be another opportunity to also talk about some of the other things that came up from the public about education and mediation services and how can we get kind of people on the same page. And if we need to make a motion, I will do that. I'll make a motion that we go a little bit past 11, but very little, very little.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Can we?
I'll second it.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Marks seconds it. Can we have just a voice vote? Are you okay with staying just a little bit longer to finish this out? All in favor say aye. Any against?
Against, no.
Okay. Well, sorry, 4-1. We're going to finish this out. Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman, you said something that I wanted to add to, and I just lost it. That's the problem with late.
Something about the other opportunities for education, code enforcement,
Mediation, thank you so much. Yes, I think that is one of the parts that I hope that we can include in this in the long run as we talk about mediation is even the experts sometimes, kind of as you're mentioning around data, even the experts sometimes, if it comes from one person, one party or the other, is only trying to help that party. And we've seen that happen. So I just want to make sure that we're finding ways to help people get third-party objective people to be able to be the experts. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, just to finish that thought on mediation, we do have money set aside in our budget every year for mediation services. We'll probably talk about that more in the future, but it is something that we do despite, and we also had another discussion about it last week, but it is there. So it's something that we can talk about expanding or adding to or doing differently in the future. But I'm ready to wrap this up if everybody else is.
I'm ready to wrap this up as well. I know staff, you mentioned they may have some questions. You good now? City Manager?
I think we're clear, which is the direction is to move forward with the rental registry. We will put together a plan to make that happen as part of the next financial plan. So the goal will be to get us to the point where we're ready to put some projected numbers in terms of what we need for resources and to the next financial plan. And in the meantime, we will conduct the amount of research that we're able to through our colleagues in other cities, through targeted conversations with folks who were here this evening, taking whatever kind of information and support they might want to provide us along the way over the next several months as we continue building this out. So that's what I heard, and hopefully that kind of sums up. I know we did get a lot of information about the types of things that we're hoping that the registry will do, and I think we'll include that in what we build into the plan and ultimate outreach into the community for setting up a program. Does that sound right? I'm seeing maybe some hesitation.
I think that is
want to
what,
make sure
I think
we're
that's
clear.
what the majority of the council said, yes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Sorry. I do have one very fast follow-up question. I did hear some interest from folks up here in being able to kind of hash out whatever we learn in May and potentially incorporate that into whatever our next steps are. And I know we set aside funds with the intent of trying to kind of move this whole thing forward a little bit. And is there a world where after May, if we have more specific direction, we're then ready to maybe bring on a consultant and start maybe expediting that next step? Or is that?
I don't really see a place where that's going to get us anything that won't also require actual staff on top of, because I think not just a consultant, we would need additional city staff to then oversee a consultant and then help start start that outreach and building the program itself.
And we're currently hiring additional planning staff, is that right?
Like new FTE positions?
Filling
No.
vacant positions.
One of the challenges is that the principal planner role in the housing division is vacant. And so actually, one of the first things that I probably will do is relaunch that, because that will help, right? Like that's a big step that if we can get that settled in the next 6 months, then we really can hit the ground running. And so that's something that, clearly that's a priority anyway, but hearing this conversation and the movement in that direction, plus the housing element, I think we're going to relook at that and see how we can really get some targeted outreach and try to get some attention on that position, and then build out this team to what it is before we even need to look at what else do we need.
All right, so step one, tell your planning friends that we need them to apply for this job so that we can get this thing going. Thank you.
Your smartest, most highly effective ones.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, the smartest, most highly effective. Yes. Thank you. I think that was a very useful conversation today, even though it was very long and a little difficult. I think it's the difficult conversations that get us to next steps. And some of the next steps is let's talk about that data and what is that data that we're missing? How do we get it? And if people are not interested in a registry and they have access to that data and they want to make it happen, then let's talk about that ASAP. Otherwise, this must be the next step. So that's where we're kind of in. Thank you so much for this conversation, and we'll see you all next week on March 3rd for our regularly scheduled city council meeting.